progress.
All right, everybody.
Go ahead. I just don't feel like I can.
All right, everybody. I'd like to call the meeting to order and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, let's start with roll call. Scarlett?
Scarlett Cantley.
Mary Viator.
Keith Giordano.
Elizabeth Accomando.
Michael Johnson?
Betty Argue. Patricia Farrell.
Jay Foy.
Burgess Hanson, and there is no one on Zoom from staff.
Jason Lester.
Rob Robinson.
Kenny Lawrence.
All right, welcome everyone. Just remember to silence your cell phones. There should be a copy of the agenda over there by the door, and also comment cards. Feel free to fill that out and submit your comment cards and the agenda item you wish to speak about. If it is an agenda item, if not, just we'll hear it during general discussion or general public. Go ahead, Keith.
Okay. I want to thank everybody for coming here tonight. We got a lot to go over. I'm not loud enough? Okay. Got a lot to go over tonight, so I can hope that everybody can stay on point so we can get our business done tonight in a timely manner. I want to apologize to people like Ms. Accomando. I wish I could have been there at your street event. And to the equestrians, I wanted to definitely go and show my support for the equestrians. But as they say, whatever order you want to take this, God, family, and country. I want to give a shout out to our Station 26 and the firefighters there. The paramedics were awesome. I'm saying this because my wife had a bad fall on Friday night and fractured her hip and was in the hospital till this afternoon, and she's at rehab. And she wasn't happy that I came here, but I feel like it was my responsibility to show up in person and represent Indian Trail and the residents that I support. So like I said, I'd like us to keep everything on point so we can get everything accomplished tonight and get out of here because I need to get back. But thank y'all for coming.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you all for coming. We appreciate it.
Hi, everyone. Betty Argue. This past Sunday, we had the Halloween equestrian event at Nicole Hornstein, and it was pretty much planned by Linda Rainbolt and her friends, and within about 2 weeks, and it was an absolutely incredible event. It was awesome to see all the new kids that are now riding in our community. So, you know, I've been involved in the equestrian events in the past and have seen, you know, kids growing up. And so it was very refreshing to see we've got a whole new crop of kids. I think, Burgess, you said there was over 150 people there. I lost count, but it was full. It was overflow. Parking on the street. I'm sure that the residents may not have been happy about it. I don't know if you got any complaints about it, but it's the first event we've had in a long time, and it was really just a great showing, and the costumes were very creative. So I want to thank the Acreage Landowners Association and Linda Rainbolt, John Rivera, and there was probably about 20 other people who helped throughout the event make it happen. ITID staff, thank you. It really does make me feel good when we have these community events, and people are very appreciative to be able to come out and do events like that, especially when they're free. So thank you.
Starting off lately, and I'm going to continue it. Let's all have patience with one another. Let's all listen to one another and realize that we're all here for the better of our community and our town that we live in.
All All right, thank you. Moving on to 5.1, agenda approval, additions, deletions, and substitutions. I know we are going to remove 6.1. Mary McNicholas is unable to make it this evening. We'll move that to December 6th. Anything else?
Yeah, I'll be removing, item 9.3 will be moved to December 6th. It's the meeting minutes that were in consent agenda.
Right.
Because we don't have it?
Yeah, it's not ready.
Okay.
Anything else? No.
I'm just looking, I think everything was fine. Oh, I had a question about 9.12. Just a housekeeping item. So if we can pull that.
You want that on the end of the agenda?
Sure.
Okay, do I have a motion to move 6.1 to December 6th, 9.3 to December 6th, and 9.1 to 7.10?
I'll make the motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, item 6.2, PBSO update. Is Lieutenant DiMarzo here? Nope.
Captain Turner is.
Captain Turner.
Good evening, everybody. I haven't had the opportunity to be here in a couple months, so I figured I'd come by to be a bearer of bad news. Lieutenant DiMarzo has moved on to greener pastures in the agency. So he will no longer be your point of contact or for some of the stuff you're working with Burgess or Rob or whoever. I do have a new executive officer that's coming on board in a couple days. So I'll bring her by to introduce her to your staff here and then to the next meeting to introduce everybody to her. So if you have any other questions or anything, though, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Anything?
Nothing? All right,
Anything
thank you.
bad?
Thank you. 6.3, fire rescue update, District Chief Amanda Romero.
I think we got gypped. He didn't give much of a report. Good evening, how are you all?
Do you want us to call him back up?
No questions, nothing? So the response time report for the month of September, for the Indian Trails Improvement Response Area, we had an overall 200 incidences recorded in the month of September. 163 of those were medical calls, 13 were vehicle accidents, 2 were fires, but they weren't really fires. One was a very small brush fire caused by a lightning strike, and the other one was called in as a car fire, but it wasn't actually really a car fire. So, 3 were hazardous materials or power lines down, 7 were assists or investigations, and 12 of them were alarms, either CO alarms or fire alarms or something of that nature. So a total of 200 calls. We had the average dispatch handling time from when the call comes in to when dispatch actually assigns a unit to that call was 41 seconds. Within average turnout time of the units getting the tones going off and getting to the truck was an average of 47 seconds. And then the travel time to the call was an average of 7 minutes and 14 seconds, and it gives us an total overall response time of 8 minutes and 41 seconds for the month of September. Any other questions for me?
Thank you on the response times.
We're trying.
I know you are. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
I can testify to that.
Thank you. All right, moving on to 7.1, consider accepting asphalt millings petitions for sections of road in excess of half mil. Mr. Hanson?
Yes. Good evening, members of the board and public. So, as you know, at the last board meeting, the board did change the system and added the first 5 to be served, and then, of course, we had the lottery as well. And at least 2, if not 3 of the petitions, and 1 petition in the top 5 are on roads that exceed 1 mile in length. So because of our previous board meetings regarding millings on the longer roads, as staff, we cannot process that. This would have to be a board decision, policy override decision. In the backup, we did go over some of the concerns that we have from both the district engineer and then from the operations side of it. However, ultimately, it is the board's decision on what you would like to do. We have this first because if you make that whatever decision, then it does have an impact on the lottery to follow. Do have Mr. Robinson and Mr. Lester here as well to answer any questions specific. And of course, Mr. Foy is always here from an engineering standpoint.
Through the chair. I spoke to the person that had the number 3 in line to have his road done on 130th Trail North, I believe it was. I'm not positive, 130th. He was the 3rd person in line. He did everything he was supposed to do. Even though the road is longer than the half-mile, they're only requesting the half-mile section between the 2 paved roads to be done. So I'd like to make the motion to accept this gentleman's petition and have his road done.
Through the chair, I'll second the motion for discussion. I wanted to ask a couple questions because one of the things I spoke to that gentleman through email, and one of the points that he raised was that our policy had not been updated on the website. And I understand our policies had kind of been changing in flux over the past couple of months, which was necessary under the circumstances because of what the board intention was not necessarily reflected in the policy. So there's that point that it hadn't been updated on our website. So I just want to ask that we make sure that we get our policies updated with respect to that on the website, because otherwise it's confusing. But also the other point that was made was that it's on our milling map already. At least the resident is under the understanding of that it's on our milling map, 130th. It's not on there? Okay. All right, so like I said, it's a point of clarification. And then with respect to the location, this particular one between Persimmon and Citrus Grove,
Orange Grove.
44th.
or 44th, what is the distance there?
They said a half-mile.
Are you able to pull that up?
And so while you're looking for that,
Look at that.
Yeah.
we have never done, we haven't done a traffic count yet.
There's
So-
one that's a half mile, and then there's another one that's a mile. That's why we're looking at one another. I believe the one that's in the lottery is a mile in length that they.
So the one that's a mile in length, excuse me, please, no talking. The one that's a mile long, where is that located at? Because in the backup,
Yeah, it's
it just
blank.
is blank, and so I couldn't find that.
Burgess, would you like me to?
Yeah.
If you could put the map up, would be good, so we can look at it, but
Yeah. Hold on 1 second, let me grab it.
And are we any closer to drafting an amended policy
For the
for the?
long roads?
Yeah, for like, what the criteria would be for consideration for longer roads? Have we done that or no?
No, because we are working on it, but
Okay.
we have not, our
Okay.
goal is to bring that maybe in December or January, because there's a little bit more to it, especially on some of the roads, like 130th in particular, because in my discussions, and I believe Mr. Foy also wants to make some comments before you vote about this, but there are some concerns about putting millings on certain roads, such
Right.
as 130th, because if you recall, about almost 2 years ago, we had looked or explored, milling or even doing some level
Right.
of paving on 130th. And we're just, the traffic volume and the weight of the vehicles that are always on that road, you have some concerns, but I don't want to
So,
speak for the district engineer.
so I do want to hear from you, Jay, but just from the outset, one of the biggest concerns about Millings roads on the, and we've had this experience throughout the district, and we don't need more egg on our face, right? 180th being one of them. It's way too much traffic for it to uphold, and then trying to repair it is a nightmare. So when we were doing the R3 road planning, it was always under discussion that under the other road section, roads like 130th and some of these other longer roads that carry a lot of the cut-through traffic that feed several different units and benefit a lot more people than just the people that live in that unit, that those roads would be added. So I really think that we need to sort of expedite getting that criteria together. I know we've got a lot on our plate, but the process for doing that amendment also takes a long time. And of course, the board still has to agree on the criteria, and we have to have public meetings to discuss all of that. So on the longer stretch of 130th, especially to the north, it's my understanding there's a lot more cut-through traffic coming from North Lake going to other places. But that's not to say that there's not a lot of traffic, and we haven't done the counts on 130th between Persimmon and 44th or Orange Grove Boulevard, where the pavement is. So we really don't know how much traffic is cutting through there. There was an assertion that it's only local traffic, but my understanding is that there is still a lot of cut-through traffic that comes through there. Having said that, I don't think we need to pave all the way to 40th Street either. And the other problem with Millings has always been the transition to the dirt road. So in this particular case, you do have 2 paved roads on each end, and if you were to mill between it, we wouldn't have that issue. So those are some things, and Jay, I'm interested in hearing what you have to say, but I just wanted to put those issues out there, and maybe you can address it.
Sure. Thank you. Mine is somewhat of a historical perspective from the engineer standpoint, not maybe where you want to be at the end of this, but we have historically had to go through a water control plan to do any road. That has changed into a maintenance issue where the asphalt millings are more efficient, less costly, and need less repair. So, completely different processes. What we have done since Jason's presentation is gone forward with millings roads on the roads we thought could handle it. Between stop signs, for example. Between paved roads, dead-end roads. When the policy was originally written for the enhanced stabilization, it was purposely dead-end roads up to a half a mile. So it has evolved into what we're doing now to save money.
Right.
If you'll recall, when we did the R3 plan, we had a category of other roads. 1/30th sections of that was on the plan, and I had a really rudimentary traffic generation model, not something a traffic engineer would do, that showed certain sections could possibly qualify. The answer to that you already said. You really need traffic counts. So in order to establish a good engineering number, and it would be in excess of 100 trips per day. I'm not sure what the number would be, maybe 200. Do you have that many trips? We went through this exercise with Mango.
Right.
Mango and 130th, a section of 130th, and I think it was on the west side trail. I don't think it was the east side. Were identified as roads that would qualify in the R3 plan. R3 plan is a paved road. That costs a lot more. It takes a year or more to get through the process. So what we have now is a process that is much more friendly to our residents. You don't have to go through a water control plan and borrow and get bonds and pay back bonds. It's cheaper. So it's where we're at right now is a cross between having to go through the full R3 plan, which I think 130th would have to be looked at. Would it have to be paved? As we looked at Mango, would it have to be paved? Or would Millings do? You know, we had suggested in one of the versions of the policy that for these roads that had a little more traffic, that we might need to go to 6 inches compacted millings instead of 5, which is the way we wrote it up. It didn't get passed. And for Carroll Street, if you recall, in the water control plan for Carroll, it was 8 inches because we expected more
The heavy
traffic.
trucks.
So that was evaluated by a geotechnical engineer, and they said that would have the same structural capability, 8 inches on a road. I'm not saying 130th has as much traffic as we expected Carroll to, but I'm just trying to give you perspective on 3 possible answers. 5 we've already got in place. 6 maybe for a little higher traffic like Mango. I'm not sure where 130th falls, but we could go up to 8 inches. I can guarantee you with 8 inches, you won't have any structural failures, but millings don't bind together as much as asphalt.
Okay.
You would still have to go over a mill and overlay. One other factor which Jason brought to my attention this morning, and I hope I'm not taking your thunder. On Millings Road, we have determined that we should not put calming because of the problems with that. We'd have to pave that section, so it would open a can of worms that people would want. Once your road is milled, people are going to go faster. And our policy right now is not to put those calming features on milled roads because it would cost a lot more and you'd go through bonds and all the rest of that. So that's where we stand right now. If the board directed us to find what the answer is for these types of roads, we would look at that. Now, your processes are, if it's maintenance, you can do it as long as we have confidence it'll hold up. It's cheaper. Or if it needs to go through an R3 plan, you're talking a year or 2 away.
Do we, assuming that there's more than 100 cars, and do we know, is it 6 inches or 8 inches, and do we have a cost estimate of what that would be?
The 100 to 150 was a number that came out of CapTech when we were doing the R3 plan, so we would
150?
update that. I know it was over 100, but that's like the minimum traffic that you could consider.
For a number of
Consider.
cars. What about
But-
cost? Do you have a cost estimate?
For 6 inches versus 5, or 8 inches versus, we
Yeah.
put a number in our water control plan for Santa Rosa Groves for 8 inches, but I don't recall what it was. Can you guesstimate that one?
Yeah, so 5 inches is approximately $50,000 per mile. So if you add an inch, it's pretty marginal, and maybe be 56, 57.
And if you had 8 inches, do we know?
Yeah, it'd be somewhere around 70, more than likely. Now, that's material and hauling, so that's not labor and equipment.
Okay.
But that's your material and hauling costs.
Yeah, when you would lay 8 inches, you would do it in more layers than you would with 5, so.
Yeah, you'd have to do 2 separate layers, compacted to 95% minimum.
So actually, that's 70,000 for a mile, so we're only looking at 35,000 because we're talking about a half mile.
Correct.
So, the last question I have, is this section of road, is it east of the canal or west of the canal?
It's the west.
It's west. So my understanding is the west section of the canal does not get as much cut-through traffic, or am I wrong on that? We don't know because we haven't done any traffic
I
studies.
was going to say, we couldn't give you a factual
Right.
answer.
Right, right.
I do have those traffic counts. I can pull those up and share that with Burgess and Jay tomorrow. I believe that's true. I believe that it has less traffic.
Right.
And what section are we discussing, between Persimmon and 40th, or just Persimmon and?
44th. I don't
Okay,
think
so
we need
that's
to
a-
go all
that
the way
is
to
a half
40th,
mile.
because 40th
Okay.
gets very little,
That is a half mile.
yeah.
Okay.
Through the chair.
Mhm.
So is this something that we can look into and bring back? I mean, but this person has a petition, so.
Yeah, so that's the thing under our policy, because it's on a
Right.
road that is greater than a mile, and then we have the other one for 130th, but they're different circumstances, and that's, one of the things that we always discussed was that 130th west of the canal was different kind of traffic and a different kind of road than what was east of the traffic, and then you have where the horse trails go. So I really think we need to take a look at this from a concerted planning effort, look at the mobility plan, look at all of that stuff all together and make a decision about it rather than haphazardly, because if we go and we spend the money right now, in a year from now, we might be tearing it up, or we've got people upset because we didn't do it the same way as the rest of it, or whatever.
It's not holding up as the rest of it would
Yeah.
because of the maintenance.
And also, if you mill that section, you're probably going to see increased traffic on that side versus the east side, because people will want to.
Cut from Persimmon to Orange Grove.
So I have two more questions. One is, on these milling petitions, there's no guarantee when it's getting done, right? It's getting done in 24, sometime in the next year, right? It could be the very end of the year, and it may be that we don't finish and it carries into the next year, but we have the funding for it, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
However, we do know which zones we'll be in a time frame, so we can let them know approximately when we'll be there, depending on weather and if we get a hurricane or storm. But it'll be within a month or two what we give them.
So where I was kind of going with it is that we're potentially a year out anyway. So I don't think we lose a whole lot if the board is committed to saying, hey, we finally need to tackle 130th and Mango and some of these others. If we're committed to doing that and we say, hey, we want this brought back in January, would that be fair that we could start to make a concerted policy decisions and direction on that?
Yeah.
And then you also can do some traffic counts in the meantime?
Yeah, pending traffic.
Yeah, we need to take a look. I think we need to have all that information, but look, I feel very strongly that we have to do something about 130th because of the amount of complaints, the amount of maintenance that it requires. But in addition, the last time that we put any kind of material on that road in earnest was after Tropical Storm Isaac. And we have talked repeatedly here about how dirt roads, especially with that amount of traffic, within 5 years, you need to be replenishing that road rock. And we have not done that. So if nothing else, we need to be replenishing road rock if we're not going to be doing something else with this road. And I don't think putting it off is doing any justice for the district, because we're having to grade that road how many times now a week? 2, 3 times?
1 to 2 times a week. So
Yeah.
during rainy season, it's usually 2 times a week because it
Right.
does get a lot of traffic. It's got a lot of shade, takes the road a while to dry out. So yeah, I agree.
And you have
We need to
a
stabilize it.
problem in several different sections that I've driven on where there's the transition with potholes and it's just really bad.
And we have built a couple intersections on 130th just because they always fall apart. It's a lot of traffic, a lot of acceleration, deceleration, people cutting their tires. So yeah, we could look at that with Jay, Burgess, and Rob, myself, and see what we can do. Traffic count, I can provide that and see what it'll take if you decide to mill it.
The other thing, if we can look at doing the raised intersections in that area, I think would be helpful. You know how we've got some of those intersections where when you come to it, it's like a gradual raised area? I think that would be good because of the equestrian area, but again, that's stuff that we need to look at. But, so can I You want to amend the motion? Because
Well-
I think,
I just
or
had a
we
couple
withdraw
questions.
the motion and have a consensus of the board, or maybe we need to hear from the residents that are here.
Just through the chair, before we get to that, if I can just go back and answer your question. Yeah, I would like to bring it back in January, because at the December 6th meeting, I'll put something on the agenda, because I really like to have feedback, whether it's from the public or from the board. So whenever we put this all together for the January or what meeting, we don't have to bring it back in March or June,
Right.
because we want to look at this, as I've said in my email a couple weeks that I sent to all of you. I think we need to look at this totally different, because 12 years out, most people, they don't want to wait 12 months, let alone 12 years for some of these roads. So we're going to have to figure that out. And I also want to update the half mile and quarter mile, because I think we even have to dig down deeper to be even more specific than what we have been, and we tried to not be specific, but clearly we're going to need to be more detailed with both the longer roads and this one, so.
Should we have an additional workshop meeting then in December to, like, advertise it for public input? Because
I think we just do it as part of a meeting. I
The
don't think
December
it'll-
6th
I
meeting?
just think over the next month or so, you just need to think about it, and we'll certainly advertise it for the public on Facebook and other places, but
To come back.
I think, yeah, because we shouldn't have too long of a meeting in December, so we can spend some time on it. But I
Okay.
really think we need the input before we bring forward a final policy or two policies.
So I guess I need to withdraw that. But if I'm going to withdraw the motion, I want to make it where this gentleman, being the third person in line, give him a placeholder for that third petition so he does not lose it, and we come back and discuss this. But I don't want him to lose his spot because we're unsure of what we want to do.
Well, that's why I was saying,
I
I think we need
3
an
months.
earnest commitment from the board that we're going to address all of 130th, not just sections of it.
And
Right.
also,
But I want to hold his spot. I don't want
I
him to
agree
lose
with
it.
him, I'm sorry, through the chair. I agree with what Keith is saying. I think, he weighed in, is the third in line, so I think to get us up to speed and make sure we know the road count and how big the milling should be, and if it's milling worthy or pave worthy, I think we get all that information. We hold his spot as the first 5, until we get that information. I mean, we're gonna have a backup of people that can take the spot if something happens.
What about
Through
the
the
1 mile
chair.
section, though? I mean, we can't possibly do that as millings. That's why, to be fair, I think we have to separate it out.
yeah,
Yeah,
because
well,
you have
yeah.
2 in the lottery that if you pull them
Right.
tonight.
Right, then we're
yeah.
holding,
And
The second one is where, is that in the
Mer-
top
Mer-
5 also?
No, the other 2 are in the lottery system. I don't know what their exact number is, but Scarlett may have their,
I want to approach that too, because I'm kind of like, it's none of our faults. I don't think it's anybody's fault, but I've gotten some feedback where somebody was trying to beat a cop and telling people, well, you can go, your name's not going to be on here. That's unacceptable. I'm almost to the point of saying that guy should lose his spot because he told people that could have qualified, go
I don't
home.
think we should get into that.
No, but I'm just saying we need to
This was the
patrol
last
that a
time that
little
we're
bit.
doing the petitions anyway, for that reason,
We need to
because
patrol it a little better. We
Yeah.
don't need somebody telling everybody else to go home.
we're not doing it.
yeah.
We did that because there were people that had already been
Yeah.
ready for that, and they were upset that we made the last minute change, so.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's stated that 130th, every section, I mean, I do feel like it needs to be treated differently, every section, because Trail and Avenue, north of 60th, south, every single part of that is insane. I mean, look at the section, I think what McCarthy's is on.
Yeah.
I mean, the amount of
It's
traffic they
terrible.
get there. And I know, it's like when we were working with 94th and you guys were trying to calm some of the concerns, you kind of had a, kind of redeveloped a design with, was it narrower, more of a shoulder? I mean, could that be seen as part of a traffic calming,
Yes.
being the width, that kind of stuff?
Yes.
I know obviously the intentions, Jason and, all the research and everything he's done as far as the cost savings of millings. like you said, the failed attempt of 180th, he always lingers, but at some point, I know you do want to see at least half-mile section. I don't want to call it a guinea pig, because that sounds bad, but what does 6 inches, 7, 8 inches, what does it do, based on a traffic count that you have? Is there X amount, we do 8 inches, in 2 years it's garbage, or,
If you're directing the question, no,
I-
it's not garbage. It just might need to be milled and overlaid more frequently. Right now, we're at about a 10-year cycle for the 5 inches.
Correct.
So if it's 8 inches, you would still get the same rate of failure. So if it's twice as many cars, it might be 5 years.
And just to put it in perspective, Indian Trail had a milling program back in 1990s, early 2000s. So there's some roads out there that are still original. I think there's about 8 of them left. They're not 5 inches. They're 3 inches, 4 inches, and they last. And so I think it comes down to traffic count and how heavy of a load.
Yeah.
Heavy trucks or what's on the road.
My quarter-mile road was one of those when we moved out here. I couldn't figure out what it was, because it looked like regular mill. I'm used to, we've seen millings up north a lot. Yeah, it was black, but didn't look like any other roads, and I wasn't sure what it was, because they would still kind of grade it, but then, large chunks would come up, and then I found out it was one of the original, and I think it was almost at the 14 or 15-year mark, and it didn't resemble a road, like you said, 3 inches, old technology. So, because it was just bizarre.
And not for nothing, I think that damages our graders more than anything, so I don't know why we would do that.
Call it, or are we moving on?
Did you have
I
any-
withdraw the motion, but I'd like to make a counter motion that we go in January to review all this, but to hold.
We'll bring it back in
that
December like
petition.
Burgess has asked, and we'll have a public discussion in December.
But bookmark, hold
And
that.
with the
guys.
intention of it coming back with a firm plan for January.
I would like to suggest that we include that if we look at it to be not a guinea pig, but a test program for millions.
Thank you,
Yeah.
test program.
Yeah.
That's the word.
To see if it will work.
So do we need to make a motion?
As well as my idea about doing the raised intersection, maybe that could be one of the things,
Narrow
because
and-
we can't do the traffic calming or the speed bumps, but maybe the raised intersections might help. In this particular situation with the half mile, that wouldn't work because you're a paved road to a paved road, but if we're doing a longer section, you could actually do where the intersections are, the raised, so anyway, if you guys could think about that.
Is the idea for it to serve as a speed hump?
Yeah, we have some
Yeah.
throughout the district where you
Right.
come to the intersection and it's like raised, it's kind of like a speed hump, but it's a long table and it's flat in the intersection.
It's called a platform.
A platform, yes, thank
So-
you.
so-
There's a couple on Persimmon.
Yeah, we will.
We have them near canals, I think there's some in that area that are paved.
So I'm assuming you want to consider, especially for 130th Horse Trails,
Yes,
in
absolutely.
the design.
Mhm.
Okay, just to
Yeah.
make sure.
But it's for this
Is that is
Before you make the motion, like we were talking
trail
about, withdraw what I
section.
originally did, make a new motion to.
7.1 has three
Huh?
roads. 7.1 has three
Okay, we have a
roads.
lot of talking going on.
Okay.
Public
Keith,
comment.
did you want to amend your
Yeah, I
motion?
want to amend my motion to say that we are going to bring this up at the January meeting to discuss the intersections, the half mile, quarter mile, full mile, and also at the same time hold that petition that's number 3 in line to be done based on our review of policy.
So, okay.
To the chair.
Yes.
What if we end up pulling one of the other two? How do we handle those two?
Well, that's just it. I think we have to look at it holistically. I don't think we can, personally, I just don't think we can.
If you, through the chair, if you pull them in the lottery, then we'll look at those individually for this year as well, just to keep it simple.
I mean, we can make, the motion can say, well, I think that the board agrees that we want to do
130.
something, we're committed to doing something, right? So if we're committed to doing something, then your motion can be to direct staff to bring it back at the December meeting for discussion, public
January.
input,
Well-
with,
December agenda.
with the policy and the plan coming back in January for review, so that we're not dragging this out to March or April. I think Burgess has a good plan with respect to that.
Okay, but I also want to hold people's spot that legitimately did the right thing.
Well, I think that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
But I don't think it should hold a spot and bump somebody else, is what I'm trying to say, because.
Either way, it's going to
I
get
think we're gonna-
addressed.
Yeah, I think we're having enough time. I think we're looking at having it looked at by January, that if we do bump somebody, it's still plenty of time to be able to pull somebody else off of. I mean, how many people do we have come in and put in for this? Was it 50-some-odd people?
60.
60.
Depending on whether you count the ones we're talking about or not, it was 62.
62 petitions. I just want to state that for the record, because for those people who are out there saying people do not want the roads milled, I mean, we have more, and there were people upset because they missed the deadline.
Yes.
Turned away.
And turned away, so,
Yes, we had multiple people come in the week after, and we're like, sorry, we can't accept it. We told them there's always next October.
right.
Okay. But through the chair, just a couple clarifications. The policy was updated.
There-
What you did as far as the August meeting where we switched it to lottery, when y'all made the change for the 5 and 5, we did a separate change, as far as a flyer to put up, and I even emailed it to you guys so y'all could put it out so we could get the word out to people.
Right.
So that was the only change in the policy that was not updated at that moment.
Okay, so the policy that's on the website is the current adopted policy,
From-
which says that
From-
it does not include,
Yes, it
And
did
the-
not have the district roads on there, and it only had local service roads, which depicted a half mile or a quarter mile road.
okay, but, so that's
Yeah,
what you
that's
need to
why-
clarify, because
Yeah.
people in the community don't understand I don't even understand how we're allocating them, but the only thing I care about is that they're not being made as something more than what they're meant to be, which is community-serving roads, right? But we identify them differently in terms of maintenance and amount of traffic and that kind of thing. And I think the confusion here is because, people are looking at it, well, it's a half-mile section of a petition, right? The policy says a quarter mile, half mile, right? So we need to clarify that we do not mean that to be on a mile road. It has to be, a road that isn't longer than that. I don't know how you're going to do that, but, we have a lot of unique circumstances throughout the district where there might be some exceptions too. So Mango is another one that we're going to have to talk about, if we can include that as well, so.
And through the chair, when the petition came in for the longer portion from Persimmon up to 60th, when, I forget the gentleman's name, but I talked with him with the petition, and I told him that that was longer than the half mile, what we were even looking at. So I have his petition, but he's not in the lottery. Of course, that's up to y'all if y'all wanted to do that. And the other one was Murcott, the petition that we've received for Murcott. That's a half mile from stop sign to stop sign type of deal.
Is that a
Is that
paved
from-
road to
Okay.
paved road too?
Is that Seminole to Banyan? Which one is that?
It is, hold on one second, I'll pull it over. I think I'm gonna pull it over.
Because if you look at the section at 130th, we're talking about, it looks like 48th, you go 2 roads south of Persimmon, 48th, looks like it's a half mile through, there's no, it's connected. 'Cause when you're in the area of 130th like that, would all the other ones would be done as well, so you're not tying
And
in.
through the chair, the local service roads are generally depicted as dead end, or they have traffic control devices on one end or another. Some of the half-mile roads that we've done between Avocado and 130th, there are stop signs on either end. There's some type of chicane, because a lot of them go through underneath the power lines over there. What we've done on those, they've held up quite well. But they don't have the amount of traffic. So 130th has a lot of roads that tie into it. So you're having all the other local service roads dumping out onto those. So you're exponentially raising the load of that road.
Sorry.
So if we just stick to either a dead end or traffic control devices such as abandoning the canal or 2 stop signs within a half mile with no other streets that tie into it, we'd be good to go on that with our regular policy.
Right.
And we have done 180th and Millings. When we did that one, we did that 6 inches compacted. So it was roughly 6 3/4, 7 inches loose. And that was from Temple up to Orange up to Key Lime. And that's held up quite well. The northern section is falling apart, but the lower section, it's held up quite well.
That was how many inches? And that was,
It was 6 inches compacted.
Right.
And we stabilized the subgrade as well.
so if we were doing 8 inches, is it being compacted?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
would require 2 lifts, so we need to look at that because it's going to take more time to do that with.
I'm just asking,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's something to put into your analysis. The Murcott, you said, is between Mandarin and 180th, is that what you're trying to point out?
Correct,
And that's a half a mile?
correct.
So how doesn't that one meet our, that one meets our policy, doesn't it?
Local service road.
Yeah,
It's a dead end or traffic control devices.
right, so there's a stop sign on both ends, right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, no, I'm just.
It's paved.
That is a way that operations interprets the policy. If there's a stop sign and it's not a continuous mile road, if there's a stop sign and it's a half mile, that qualifies as a local service road.
And there isn't going to be a transition to a dirt road?
It ends on 130th, which is currently a dirt road.
No, we're talking about
180.
Murcott.
Oh, okay.
Murcott up
Okay.
there, 180th and Mandarin.
I was thinking about 62nd when we were talking
And those
about
have
the
just
other day.
been milled.
180th
Yeah.
is getting milled.
It's
right
getting milled, and so Mandarin is paved to 94th?
No, yeah, to Hamlin, it's paved, and then it's milled from Hamlin to 94th. It's
On Mandarin?
Mandarin, it's milled, correct?
now.
I
Yes.
thought
Yeah.
it is, okay.
They just milled it. You guys just, yeah. And they'll be milling the road just west. right?
No, Mandarin is paved.
No,
Mandarin's-
Mandarin's paved, 180th is the one that we just
So
milled.
Mandarin
Calamon,
is paved?
Excuse me, yes.
Calamon was an
Mandarin's
R3
paved.
road, that was recently milled. 180th is an R3 road, that is being done now.
That's being milled or
Mandarin is a
paved?
paved
It
road.
mills.
Mandarin's
180th
paved.
is being done in Millings.
Millings.
Okay.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So that one
180th
meets
here.
the policy then?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that on?
It is a half mile. Yeah, I just want to make sure. I
So
look
that
at
one's
it.
not on the accepted roads list, is it? Why was that one being brought up, Scarlett?
Just that, it was being brought up because, well, one, I didn't know about the stop sign to stop sign delineation that they were doing.
It's because it didn't dead end. She's used to seeing
Okay,
them
all right.
dead end.
Yeah.
And there's a culvert.
But are they in the lottery?
They are in the lot.
Well,
Okay.
they will be. I mean,
Okay.
I was keeping the ticket out just because I didn't
Okay.
want confusion.
So that one should be in because.
Okay, so the one on
That one
Murcott
we
then,
have
I'll
no
put
problem with.
in.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, make your motion.
He's got to go through it.
Clarify. Poor guy, go through it one
Yeah,
more time.
the motion is to direct staff to go into the interchange, the intersections like Betty requested, the half mile, quarter mile, full mile, and also hold, not necessarily third, but within the lottery system, that gentleman from losing his spot.
You
in
keep
line.
putting that in there, but we've just made a commitment that we're going to do it. It doesn't, we don't need to hold that spot.
Okay. The
Okay.
motion minus that comment.
Okay. Minus my comment or?
Yeah, we gotta,
You got that, Mary?
All right, and traffic
I'm
counts. We
trying.
want to get traffic counts
On 130th.
on 130th both sides
Yeah,
in
we're
bring
gonna.
back
I
in
want
the
it
different,
Updated. We'll get it updated.
The whole length of 130th will do traffic count.
Yes.
The south side.
I know I live right off of 130th, and I really don't see a lot of cars on the west side, they're usually on the east.
And then we'll
See,
do
I
one
would
later
go west
for the
side
north side.
Yeah,
Okay.
each side and each section.
Okay,
So
do
we're
we
not
have,
going to
have a
deal
second?
with south right now, or north right now?
No, we'll do that. Let's just get through this first, and then we'll worry about doing traffic count up there.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Does
we're-
everybody agree to that?
Do we have a second?
Yeah, second.
Okay, Elizabeth, thank you.
So, so through the chair, for clarification then, for the petition, that's the number 3 spot, we're removing that from the petition because the board's going to look at 130th as a whole,
Right.
or
Or at
whatever
least
y'all
the
decide
north
on.
section right now.
And we're committing
North
to
of
getting it
60th?
done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or south
the-
of 60th,
So-
not the north section.
So then, when one of the 5 would fall out, right, of the first 5, we would go with the number 6 that came in.
Correct.
Okay, so now that number 6
It's coming in.
will be a part of the number 5s.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
just want to make sure I was correct.
Yeah.
But we're not-
Just so everybody understands, we are absolutely committed to dealing with 130th North. It will come back December 6th, and then in January for a full plan and board adoption and direction to staff to move forward on it.
South of 60th.
Yes, Scarlett.
You
I was
meant,
gonna
you
say-
meant south, not north one.
I mean south, sorry.
It is 130th Trail North,
It's
but the
east and
south
west.
section.
Yeah,
right.
east and west of the canal, let's put it that way.
Are we looking at doing 130th in this 2024 year?
Yeah.
That
Do we have
south
the funding
section.
for that?
We did not budget the funding for it, to do all of it from, what, 44th up to 60th now. But, you know, we can try to explore the fund. I'll talk to, we'll see what we can do with that.
So-
If it can be milled. If it's a pavement issue, then there's no way. 'Cause that's
So the only thing I
$1
want to
million
add to that is that there is the ability for us to amend the R3.
Yes.
And there is also the ability for us to use road rock funding because we need to be putting road rock on there if we're not doing anything else, because we have not done it since 2012. So
Yep.
that's 11 years. So we have options.
Public comment.
Scarlett, public comment.
Well, I was going to say through the chair, so I just wanted to let y'all know that, so the number 6 moving into is the petition for 73rd Street North. So their ticket is in the lottery, so if that's pulled, y'all will just ignore that one. And Gina will verify this one, because we have not verified this one yet with that. And we will refund the money, the $500, to the number 3.
Beautiful.
So, through the chair. We're going to be pulling number 3. I mean, I feel like number 3 should stay number 3
Yes.
in the guaranteed first 5. We'll come back in January to decide whether or not we can or cannot do it with the millings, or if we need to put it in the R3. At that point, then we could take 3 out and put number 6 in. I don't think we should be pulling 3 out right now.
I agree. That's what I tried to say. I want to keep it there.
Technically,
Keep it there. We're not going to be paving these roads, milling these roads by January anyway. So I think we need to hold it there right
Hold
now.
on.
Yeah, no, some of these roads, we will begin milling, you know, be in the process of potentially, depending on
All
where
5
the
days.
zones are. We won't do all 5, but we don't know, it could be number 4 that's close to a zone that we're moving into, so that's
I guess what I'm trying to say, I want to keep 3 within the first 5. I don't care if it's 3, 4, or 5. I want to hold his spot since he did the right thing.
Through the chair, just to be clear, the top 5 petitions are guaranteed funding, whether we do them exactly within the fiscal year or not, as Ms. Argue indicated. Sometimes it does go into early the following fiscal year, because if we have a lot of rain, we can't do milling, so sometimes it goes over, but they are guaranteed that spot. It just might not exactly happen in November next month. It could happen in January, or it could happen in December. But from what I understood, is I thought you did want to hold the placeholder
Yes.
originally
I
for
thought, and
number
then the
three
motion was changed.
and bring it back in December
Yes.
Correct.
specifically
Yes.
for that, but I'm bringing the policy, final policy back in January, and we're going to have another item on the agenda in December where I get input from the five, or we get input from the five of you and from the public, correct?
Right.
That's how I feel it
what-
should be.
That's what the motion was. Betty keeps saying that.
I
you
don't
moved it
support
off.
that, and I'm going to
Yeah.
tell you why I don't support it.
Well, do we have a second on that? I mean,
I'm seconding the motion,
Okay,
keeping the number
right.
3.
The reason why I do not support it is because we've been talking about doing something for 130th since I've been on this board. And I'm tired of it getting kicked down the road, and so are the residents. So that's why I think we need to deal with it separately.
I
But
have
if
no
the majority of this board feels like we need to take one of the milling petitions, because technically it doesn't qualify with our policy right now, but if you guys want to, that's fine. But my position is that 130th is a separate thing that we need to address, and this board needs to be committed to doing it, not taking away from the petitions of other residents that want their roads milled.
Through the chair. We're literally taking this away for a month and a half. And then we're coming
Except
back
that-
and we're going to reconvene and we're going to discuss the traffic study that we get on 130th. And then we will decide whether or not that person is going to be able, or that street can get that section between, I'm sorry, the Persimmon and 44th.
44th.
Okay, so at this point, it's for a month and a half we're holding it. I think they can still go on with millings and getting it figured out for us to have this chance to reconvene in December to go ahead and make this final decision. I think it's silly to take them off and then what happens? The funding goes somewhere else and then they get missed
Oh,
after we've made a decision. So I think it should be held for a month and a half until we can reconvene and discuss everything.
yeah, that's what I thought my
Well, call
original
the vote,
motion said.
or how about we hear from the residents?
And if something happens and then number 6 would miss their spot in the lottery,
But we can hold their number 6 number and move them
and
up.
that'd just be automatic 5.
Just for clarification, because I'm sorry, we won't even be in this zone until May, so.
Right.
Okay.
Scarlett, do you have comment cards for 7.1?
Oh, yes.
Scarlett will call your name when she does go up to the podium and state your name and address, and then we'll start the timer.
John Whitaker, and followed by Celestina Blunt.
Thank you guys for letting me speak. I want to thank you for hearing us out. I want to thank you for all the good comments about 130th. I also want to thank you for letting me spend Saturday night and Sunday night sleeping in the rain. Haven't got able to do that since I left the Marine Corps. It was 2 fun nights. So you need to understand that petition for 130th, it's a little more than just here's your $500 back. The neighborhood's committed. I also want to thank you for pulling our neighborhood together. I met more of my neighbors over this road paving. We have petitions from 49th, 48th, 47th, 46th, all the way down, all those side roads that feed on 130th. And we did not get one neighbor that pushed back. All of them want that section of 130th. It is really dusty. I want to clarify that it's from a paved road on Persimmon to a paved road. It's a half a mile. It's not a mile. So when we signed up for it, filled out the petition, and slept out in the rain for 2 nights, we believed that we were in complete compliance to be in the lottery. So again, it's a half a mile from Persimmon to 44th. And it also, so you understand, there is another 130th trail that runs parallel on the other side of the canal. That is the side that has that extra easement for the equestrian. So I think sometimes 130th gets confused with where the horses ride. Everybody rides the horses on the other side of the street. And I can just tell you, it's not a through street. There's no reason for anyone to cut down 130th unless you live there. The majority of our traffic is the same traffic everybody else here deals with. It's UPS, FedEx, and Amazon. If there was a way to make Bezos pay for part of the rate, it'd be great. But I can just tell you that we have petitions from signed by every single resident on 49th, 48th, except a couple of renters, and no pushback from anybody. Everybody is 100% supporting us. If you got any more details, Robbie's the guy that's tracked all the information, but I just want you to know it's from paved road to paved road, and it's a half a mile. And it's not a through street because they can get down 130th Trail. There's no reason to go from Persimmon. Everybody's heading to Royal Palm Beach is heading out Persimmon, or they're going out Royal Palm Beach, going out Orange Grove. So anyway, I thank you guys for understanding the importance. For some strange reason, the wind blows from east to west, so when the dust comes off either side of those two roads, it dumps on us and our children. So thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Just one quick question for you, Mr. Whitaker. If there's no traffic calming, I know it's only a half mile, but if we do millings, you do understand that that will mean absolutely no ability to put traffic calming on there.
That's fine. Listen, we never got on the paving schedule, right? And so right now we're on the dirt road, dusty, every time it rains, fall apart, knock the front axles out of my car schedule. So
I just want to make sure you're aware of that, because if we mill it, like our staff said, we don't have the ability to put any traffic calming in.
that's okay.
Okay.
And
Because we've had
literally,
people say, we'll take the millings,
I
and then
stand out there and
afterwards, they
wave and
want
everybody
the
goes by.
traffic
It's our
calming.
neighbors. It's not a through street. And the guys in the Ford pickup trucks will run 100 miles an hour on the dirt anyway, so.
All right, thank you.
And through the,
Down on record.
through the,
Hear about the traffic calming.
I'm sorry, sir, who are you? You're Robert. Okay, I misread the cards. Celestina Blunt is relinquishing her time to Robert Blunt. Is that okay with the chair?
Okay, my name's Robert Blunt. I live on 130th Trail North. It's 13017 49th Street North. I want to point out a couple points made here tonight. We'll start off with the milling map in 130th being part of the R3 road plan. We've been told through previous conversations with Indian Trail staff that 130th is not on the R3 road plan, which defaulted it over to the milling map. What we did is we petitioned according to policy, the 1/2 mile to get moved forward on the milling map. As far as the traffic calming and the end of the roads, all we are doing is 1/2 mile. There's already traffic calming. There's already stop signs on either side of the road. The executive director has pointed out, the policy does not define 130th Trail from being excluded from this from this plan. The vast majority of roads are already milled, are sections of a longer road in themselves. This local service easement road, this is easement given from all the residents on the west side of 130th Trail North, easement giving through to the local service roads. It fits the definition qualification perfectly. Somebody traveling down Avocado is not going to go down Avocado to 44th to Persimmon to Coconut and then back to wherever they're going. They're going to continue Avocado to Persimmon to Coconut. It doesn't make sense that it's going to get any more road because it's milled and not paved. Paved, I would choose, if I'm already traveling down a paved stretch of road, I'm going to stay on pavement. I'm not going to divert to asphalt milling road instead of a pavement road. The Indian Trail staff has set the precedent with 180th. 180th fits all the criteria that 130th does. It has the side roads that come into it from unpaved roads to the 180th milled roads. There's other roads down the stretch of Coconut extending from Coconut to 130th that are through, could be considered through roads under this definition, but they're simply not. So for 130th to not be in question here whenever the precedent has been set in the form of 180th in these other roads is not fair to the people who petitioned this. These communications between myself, the people that I petitioned for, and the board have been made clear, and the precedent has been set. Any other intent should have been made clear before countless hours were sacrificed. My motivation is strictly my family and my neighbors' health. It is not dirty cars. I don't care about the dirty cars whatsoever. Simply is the silica dust coming off of these roads. As Betty stated, whenever I bought my house 15 years ago, it was on a road that was way less dusty than it is now. I don't know the exact explanation. Maybe it's because the road rock hasn't been put down. But the fact of the matter is it is very dusty. It's too dusty to go outside this time of year during the dry season with your children and the orientation of the wind and cars and what have you. I can give many other explanations, but the fact is we were patient. We followed the rules set forth by Indian Trail. We turned in a petition that was accepted with payment and later turned down, and it qualifies per the Indian Trail policy that we petitioned for. We have no way of knowing any other intentions. We ask that you honor the current policy and not retract the already accepted milling schedule. I look forward to being part of this community for another 30 years and look forward to getting some rest once this road is milled. I will say in regards to I would like some clarification in regards to if it is on an R3 milling schedule or not, because I was not prepared with this information as I was given opposite information from staff directing me that it's on the milling schedule, and I had an opportunity to move forward on the milling schedule, which involved me sleeping right outside this door for 2 nights in the rain away from my family. I do appreciate that the board and staff here has been very helpful and very receptive, and I do appreciate you hearing me out. Thank you.
Through the chair. I just want to clarify, nobody said that it's on the R3 plan. What we said was that, what I said, and staff verified, when we went through the R3 road planning period, 130th, Mango, several other roads were actually considered to be roads that should be included in the R3 plan. However, we couldn't agree on the criteria, and I believe I did state that in an email, perhaps it was to you. And that criteria, staff was directed to bring back to the board for consideration, but we haven't gotten there. The other thing is that there is no precedent set with 180th. 180th, there was a portion of it that was paved by the school district when the schools were built on 180th. The rest was milled 15, 20 years ago. The millings did not hold up. ITID tried to fix it. It was one of our first millings projects in the past since I've been on the board, so about 7 years. And through that process, we've perfected it. But one of the things that we perfected was that there's way too much traffic on a road like 180th to be doing millings on it. Never should have been done. Clearly now, it's too much. So I appreciate all your other comments. My big concern is that if we, with a section of 130th, if we mill that section, then the people to the north of you, people to the south of you are also going to want it done. And again, I think we need to deal with 130th holistically. We have to have a plan for all of 130th. So I just want to state those things so you understand.
So I know that you brought up the R3 thing, and to me that was news because my previous knowledge of 130th is it was rejected in previous years by the board. It was not part of the R3 milling program, but in
Again, I
fact,
just said,
it's
it
part of
is
the-
not part of the R3, but it was
Right.
considered to be included with direction to staff to bring back a plan to include it.
So at this point, I want to be clear, the question is to get our road milled today, I want it milled today as opposed to bring it back up months down the road and see if it might qualify for an R3 that it's already been rejected from. And I will meet, I don't speak for myself, I need to talk to others and make sure that they're in accordance, but as far as my understanding of this is, if it's already been turned down before in a previous R3, then we'll hold strong on this petition and push forward for the millings.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a Dan on 49th Street North. And after him, Tara Freen. Is
Can we
Dan
reset
here?
the clock to 3 minutes, please?
Oh, well, is Dan here?
Through the chair, while we're waiting. Jason or Rob, what's the traffic count on 180th?
Traffic count, we haven't done one out there in quite some time. If you want, we can take a look at that as well.
Which section?
It's being paved, so I don't think we need to,
Right.
it's
Well, I'm-
nonstop traffic
right,
for the
but
schools.
I'm just
And the park
curious,
and the,
where,
I do have traffic count by the school on 180th, and I have traffic count south of Sycamore, but not on the new section that we're milling
okay.
now.
So
but that's
maybe
west
this question
or
is for Jay.
north.
What is the traffic threshold between millings and pavement?
That is the question of the day. As I said, CapTech has determined that you consider paving the road. Millings is a new technology that we're leading the field in, so the geotech engineer that did the evaluation of Carroll did not say you could use 5, 6, 7. He was asked, can you use 8, and would that meet the requirements of a county thoroughfare road? The answer was yes. So to give you an exact answer I would be guessing.
So what would you say, 5,800 trips? What would you consider that? Would you consider that a milled road or a paved road?
How many did you say?
5,800. Well, so per day, so divide that by
No, I'm talking about per day.
10 days.
5,800 has to be.
580.
That
I'm
has to
sorry.
be a paved road.
580, I'm
A
sorry.
day?
Yeah,
That would certainly be considered for paving.
for paved. Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you. While we're on this subject, just curious.
Hello, my name is Tara Finn, and I'm at 8710 130th Avenue North. And first of all, I just want to say thank you so much because 87th North is getting paved. It's getting millings. And we really appreciate that little section that you're doing up towards Hamlin, in between Hamlin and Citrus Grove, so much appreciation. And then we have the paved road from Hamlin, and then also Citrus Grove, and then that one street north to 85th North. And then there's no pavement, again, on 130th Avenue North. So much appreciation that you are considering this as a holistic approach, not just from the south, but also from the north. And I'm new to the neighborhood, so I wasn't aware of the petitions and the lotto and everything, but this is less than a half a mile. So it would be according to, your current policy. But just keep us posted with what we need to take with further action to make our request heard even more.
Thank you.
Cynthia Constance, followed by Helga and Andrew Fetwell. Mr. and Ms. Fetwell, did y'all want to speak, or did you want me to read your card?
Cynthia Constance, 8710, 130th. Lots of dust, guys, and it's so slick. 2 months ago, we had a truckload of kiddos fall in the canal because it was so slick. So we either have a whole lot of dust or really, really slick. We need some help. So We are now on the schedule for millings for...
Can you tell me where on 130th, when you're talking 130th, what location, just so that we all know what you're talking about? What part?
Yes, we're at 8710 130th.
Okay.
So 87th and 130th. That's where the kids fell in the, you can check at Palm Beach Sheriff report recently. So we are going to have millings for 89, 88, 87, 86, and 85. That is on your schedule coming up, and we're so thankful. So there's a small section of 130th right there that will, maybe this is a good place to have a test run. It's a low profile, low amount of people traveling that road. I recently purchased my home there, and I sat for 2 days watching the traffic to make sure I wasn't getting in a busy area. It's not. So most of the people that are there are going to be just local traffic. So that's only a half-mile section, and that might be a good place to start to see how these millings are going to do on 130th from Hamlin. And again, all of these other homes are already on the schedule to have millings, I believe, December 15th. So again, thank you, and if you can do 130th in that schedule, I think that that might be a great opportunity for a testing ground perhaps, because you're already going to be there, you're going to be working December 15th, and it's just a 1/2 mile section, 89, 88, 87, 86, 85, and then you get to Citrus Grove. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair. So I just want to point out for the record, the section she's referring to is 130th North, which is Hamlin and 130th. And we're bringing back South, which is south of 60th?
Yeah.
So I just want to point that out.
Well, but what I said is we'll get traffic counts and look at that. But right now, for December, we're focused on the south side, but we'll come back to the north side of 130th.
East? Yeah.
Helga and Andrew Feltwell, followed by Kelly Haggard.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for giving us the time to talk about our road and our little community there. I'm referring to 130th between Persimmon and 44th. From what I'm gathering, I'm hearing we might be looking forward to a traffic study, and I'm not sure. I guess I want to know why. If we're not going to be headed in R3 direction, which would obviously be favorable to us, but not necessary. Are we looking for a traffic study information just to decide how thick the millings will be? Or is that what we're looking forward to finding out? And when will something like that go into, when will a traffic study request be approved and put in effect? Is there something going to be in the December meeting that we'll talk about the results of the traffic study should be done by then?
Sir, we don't normally have back and forth, but just to answer your question quick, it's not going to be a full traffic study. We're just asking for traffic counts.
Okay.
And the reason for doing is that this is not this section of 130th that we're talking about. Actually, any part of 130th does not qualify for our petition process.
Okay.
So that's why it's coming back for December, January, but we are committed to addressing 130th.
And getting a decision.
And
Okay.
yes.
So the traffic studies will probably take place on all of 130th?
Traffic counts, yes.
Traffic count.
Through the
South.
chair, yeah. So the traffic count would be south from 60th between there and
Okay.
in different sections down to 44th. So that's how that will be done. But it is not a traffic study. There is a difference. A traffic study is much more arduous and detailed. This is just simply
I understand.
putting out a counter and vehicle drives over it. So it's something that we leave out normally, how many days?
Well, just to reiterate, I believe I already have this data, and I can dig that up and share it tomorrow. But if not, I can put the counters out there. We'll probably put them out there for 2 weeks or so, and then move it to the next section.
Okay.
We need it updated.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get a better understanding. That's why I didn't mean to create a question and answer platform, but.
We did go back and forth.
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The traffic count study that he's referring to is about half a year old, and patterns have changed.
Even in the past 6 months.
I would think so. I've seen it on some of the roads. We're seeing it, actually, let me take that up. We're seeing a lot of changes on our roads in general. And the cut through doesn't really matter. Because we're seeing more accidents on North Lake, as many, I know you two definitely are aware of. And because of that, it is making it, and that's something that's been brought up with county engineering. And it was actually brought up yesterday during the meeting, during the county commission meeting, or two or three times about that road.
Kelly Haggard, did you wish to speak, or you just want me to read your card? It's fine. You just read my card. Okay. She supports milling 130th between Persimmon and 44th Place. Katie Whitaker, did you want to talk, or?
I support the 130th between Persimmon and 44th. It's a half-mile stretch.
Okay. All right. I received an email that says, my daughters and I have fond memories of walking this road. Gravel roads are so rare. We want to keep it the same. If we want calm, we just walk there and look at the water. While they were little, we would walk barefoot after the rain and come home with muddy shoes. We still go barefoot sometimes. Okay. Francesca Gonzalez.
Where is she talking about? Is she say road?
Yes, she said 130.
In general.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing us to speak up and be heard. I represent 73rd Street North. I'm at 14897, 71st, 73rd Street North. I am the number 6, which would be taken out of the jar if policy is to be upheld. I'm here to plead with the board to uphold their policy. Supervisor Keith Giordano, on August 2023, it was you, and I quote, that said, "We need a policy that is followed and clear and consistent." Yet you're requesting that the policy not be followed. Vice President Betty Argue, you stated as well, and I quote, "We need to be able to definitely say to residents who bring a petition that yes, it qualifies, and yes, it's getting done within the fiscal year." This is not being done. I do believe that if the board is committed, as she stated, to revisiting 130th as a whole and not just the sections, that then there is no reason to hold a space for the third person, especially since it does not qualify under the revised policy that was done in September 20th of 2023. Unless the lottery itself is to be held until further notice. Because then what happens to number 6? Are we in the jar? Are we out of the jar? What's going on? Like I said, there's a policy, it should be followed. A world without rules and regulations and policy is a world of chaos. And that's not what we're here for. Okay? If we're gonna be revisiting and changing policy every single time that there's a board meeting and someone's not in agreement, then what are the policies for? What are the board members for? You are here to uphold the policies that are voted upon. And that policy was voted upon in September that decision was made in September. And I state, it says, local roads shall mean district unpaved easement roads generally no more than 1/2 a mile in length, but typically 1/4 a mile in length. 1/30 is seen as a through road, not a local road. So again, it does not qualify under your policy. Now, I'm sorry if they were here and we spent the night. I spent the night as well. I was number 6. But again, policy is policy.
Through the chair.
Thank you.
Yes, Keith. We don't want to go back and forth with that, but yes, Betty and I mean, we talk about trying to stick to policy, but that's also why we have the declaration, the Bill of Rights, because things do change, and things are kind of fluctuating sometimes, especially in Indian Trail with everything that's been going on with all the massive construction and construction around us and everything else. Last time I've driven, for 25 years down 130th, and it's not a through road. It doesn't go all the way to North Lake. It doesn't go all the way through, not 130th. It doesn't go, 140th does, 130th doesn't. It ends at Hamlin.
People know how to bypass
Right, but
that.
it ends there, and it also ends at the 60th Street Canal. And then it catches up again on the other side of 60th Street Canal. So to me, that's not a through road. A through road would be like State Road 7 one day, hopefully. But I don't want to have number 6, number 7, number 8 coming and maybe because they didn't get number 1, 2, or 3 complaining about the other. We're not trying to change policies. We're not trying to change rules. We're just trying to advocate for all of the residents. And I'm going to go back and say, I don't think that, I still believe that the 3rd petition application does qualify based on our standards that we set forth. If I'm wrong, nobody's always right, but I want to hold and speak for the residents, and the people that stayed in line should have their day in court and have their opportunity to have their road paved. I'm hoping that by January we come up to, I doubt it's going to be fixed once and for all because it's going to change again, because that's just the way things happen. We can only do what we can do, and we try to make everybody happy. Unfortunately, we can't make everybody in this room happy. It's going to be impossible, but I think our job up here is to try to make as many people accept the verdicts that we come up with as a board. So,
Through the chair.
once again, thank you.
These aren't verdicts. This is not a court. And quite frankly, our job, yes, we want our community to be happy and the residents to be happy, but you're always going to be upsetting somebody.
I said that.
And being in this position is not always easy. But that's the reason why I asked the questions that I asked during the discussion, because this particular section does not technically meet the qualifications for the road. It does not meet the policy. And according to the engineer, right, our normal and staff operations, because I'd like to, before we go any further, reiterate. When we do a normal millings road, how many inches of millings do we do it with?
5 inches of millings.
And we have repeatedly been advised by our engineer that if we are doing a milling road on a road that is not a dead-end road, has a lot of cut-through, high traffic, longer length, then we cannot do the standard maintenance, what I call maintenance milling, okay? Because now we're building it such as we had to do, Carroll Street is a prime example. We knew when we were doing the planning for Carroll Street that the residents wanted to have the road milled or paved, but they didn't want to pay for pavement. And so the happy median was to go with a higher level after engineers took a look at it, 8 inches. So it is not the same, because if we do this road and we do not do it properly, we're throwing money out the window, number one. Number two, the reason for taking the traffic counts is to understand what kind of traffic is there, so that we're gonna do this road properly one time in 10 years or 20 years or whatever it's gonna be, rather than in 5 years. So if the engineer, after getting the traffic count, says that we need to do this road as 8 inches for millings, then I'm committed to saying, let's get it done. But I want to make sure that we do it properly, and I want to make sure that we deal with 1/30th as a whole separately. And I was going to wait till the end, but I am concerned about only addressing just the south portion of 1/30th when we've got people on the north section and we have all those side roads that are coming up to the dirt road. And that's just, that's planned for December, and it's coming up to 1/30th, which is a dirt road, and that is going to be a disaster, because those roads are going to break down where it gets to the dirt road at 1/30th. So this is where I've started to become really concerned with this millings project. I'm all in support of saving money, but I want to make sure that we're doing this right. I don't want to be spending money and having to go back and redo it again because we didn't think through, this part or that part. So I just want to put that out there that, if we're milling that section of 1/30th, the side roads off of it, we really need to be looking at that section of 1/30th as well, on the north section. So,
Not to follow up on your, comment.
and it may be that we have to split it up somehow, but.
We're kind of chasing our tail here. The original motion was basically not to let this gentleman lose his place, but for us to come back by way of staff by January to figure out if the road needs to be paved, milled, what we need to do with the road, but just to hold his place. So that was the motion, to just not let him lose his place, but to move on. So I guess I'd like to call the vote.
Well, I'd like to hear the rest of the public comments. How about that?
Okay.
Renee Hamilton?
Hello, everybody. Renee Hamilton. I live off 180th and Temple. First, I'd like to say I am glad that we have revisited or maybe restated what was previously stated about how great the millings were on 180th, because that was a pet peeve with me at previous meetings, because it is horrible. And it's horrible for all the reasons that Betty said. So for those people who want 130th, I understand you wanting 130th, and I think maybe what you're not hearing her say is just wait, because maybe they need to pave it and not mill it to save everybody in this room money. So maybe just give them the time. She's not saying no to you, but she's saying maybe it needs to be paved, and then maybe that could be part of the R3 program. So she's not telling you no. So from there, I want to say MERCOT. So you mentioned MERCOT, and that young lady back there actually said and held you guys accountable for what you said previously about the roads being 1.25. Okay? It's got to be 1.5 miles, what you decided. That's what you voted on, and I agree with her that it needs to stay that way. And the confusion seems to be coming in on what that wording needs to look like. Can't you just say it needs to be no more than 1/2 mile in its entity, one straight road, no roads breaking through it, because that's what is intended. So it's an entirety there. It's 1/4 or it's 1/2, and if it goes beyond 1/2 mile in length or 1/4 mile in length with roads dividing it, it's not what you intended it to be. It is not that little side service road to the individual homes. That's my opinion. So MERCOT, again, it doesn't matter to me because I don't live there, but I just want to put my opinion in. It is, you were talking about paving and milling and whatever, and the different roads. MERCOT goes from, I believe, Banyan all the way to 190th. So if you're talking about putting millings from 180th to Mandarin, you're gonna have dirt, millings, dirt. Does that make sense? So again, it's a road that goes through stop signs, but it is entirely dirt and it stretches for about 1.25 miles. I don't know, I'm just throwing a number out there based upon the streets. But that's not, again, what the intention was on milling these little side streets. So I think we need to go back, follow policy that you created, and hold it to the 1.25 of how it was intended. Not adding, if it has stop signs, you can do it, and if it's this, you can do it. That's not what it was intended, and maybe revisit what you need to do for those bigger roads. I drive from 180th and Temple through many roads to zigzag through on the traffic. So I know people go down 130th, we go down 140th, we cut through on Keyline, we cut through on Citrus Grove, because I do it, okay? So people are doing it, paved or not, they don't care, we know where the traffic is. And the 6-month traffic component that he was saying has changed a lot. People have learned from Westlake ways to cut through over the years. So they're getting better, they're telling their friends, go this way, go this way, go this way. Those of us who've lived out here for years know how to cut through. Westlake's just learning. They were unfamiliar, they didn't know. So, just my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Richard Vazzalotti?
Good evening, everyone. Rich Vassalotti, 12839 70th Place North. I am a 30-year almost resident here in the acreage. A lot of you people know me here. I served 30 years with Palm Beach County Fire Rescue, 15 years as a captain across the street from this, right from here. I retired almost 5 years ago. Wasn't planning on speaking about 130th, but I'll get to that in 1 second. Thank you for letting us spend the night out here. Met a lot of nice people. It was a good time. Everyone pretty much got along. And a lot of people knew about it. I know there was some scruff about, oh, people didn't know the policy, people didn't know this, people didn't know that. A lot of people came through here all hours of the night wanting to be first in line. The policy was clear. It was clearly stated on the website. So thank you for that. 130th. All my years of working here, 130th has to be done yesterday. When we come to fire rescue, transport times, response times, hospital transport times, PVSO, when we leave this station here, and if you guys can picture this for a minute, I hope I don't go over my time. Most of our calls are going to be to the north, but all of 130th needs to be done, and there's a reason for this. When we respond and we head out here and we need to go almost straight north, the majority of the time, even though Avocado may be the shortest route, it's not the best route depending on where we're going. The speed humps, are they still the same speed humps on Avocado they've been for the last, they've changed? Okay. So maybe some of that has changed, but however, what happens is a lot of times you'll either go 140th or you'll go Coconut to bypass 130th because 130th is so awful, so often. And Keith, your wife with the fractured hip, take somebody in the back of a rescue down 130th with a fractured hip, and we don't have enough pain medications on that rescue truck to help them out. Getting 130th done is going to drastically reduce response times out here. I promise you that. As far as for Mr. Blunt's concerned, yes, I agree. His road needs to be done, but my suggestion is 180th is awful. And here we are again in a rescue out here at 180th, and it's terrible. And like you guys said, it's going to get redone. So is that true? It's going to get
180th is being paved.
The enhanced asphalt, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, 180th is being paved.
Oh, paved. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Would that be if 130th was to eventually be done, paved?
It depends on where we end up in our planning, and if we amend the R3 to include it.
Okay.
We can't pave without it being in a road plan
Right.
and without having, people pay for it, right?
Okay.
So.
My suggestion is, and I know you guys want your road done, I'm with you, man. I've lived on a dirt road 53 years. I don't want to live on a dirt road anymore, okay? So I'm with you. Do their road. but do it the right way. Do it with the real pavement. Don't do it like how 180th was. You guys are going to be very disappointed. Wait a little longer. I'm serious. I've been thinking about this as I've been sitting back there. Wait a little longer. Get it done right. It is going to get torn up, and it's going to end up like dirt road again, as the, I don't know where she is, who spoke about 180th. It is terrible, and you're going to be very disappointed in it. But yes, 130th has to be done.
Rich,
Thank you.
thank you for your
Yes.
service.
Yeah.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Um,
State Road 7.
No. We don't have enough time to be talking
By
about
the way,
State
I'm
Road
also
7.
the, I don't think I mentioned it, I'm appointed by the Board of County Commissioners to District 6 Transportation Agency Citizens Advisory Council. I am a extreme pro-State Road 7 person, but anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. So, and I appreciate that you're doing that as well. My question is, because you mentioned the speed humps, we had
Humps,
discussions through the years about humps
Right.
and bumps and
Mhm.
tables, but anyway, they were humps or bumps, anyway. We took those out. They've been replaced with speed tables.
Right.
Now, some people have complained that there's not enough of them, or that it doesn't stop people enough, and we got more speeding. But what is your opinion about the what did we call it? The platforms in the intersections?
I'll give you an example of what intersection.
There is one on Persimmon Boulevard and, is it 110? No, it's further.
110, Mango, yeah.
110?
So
Okay.
I would have to go look to
Mhm.
refresh my memory. Remember, I've been gone now almost 5 years, and I know there's been some changes out here. District Chief and Mayor and I, we can speak. We can
Mhm.
get with some of the crews. We can get out there with the apparatus, take some rides over it, see how they respond and what it's like.
Okay.
But of course, as you also know, over the years, I've spent many terrible nights,
Yes.
days out here at these two-way intersections, cutting people out of their cars,
Mhm.
flying them out in the trauma hawk, pronouncing people deceased, teenagers, kids, parents, grandparents. And I know there was a disconnect with the county and Indian Trails with the two-ways and the four-way stops. Maybe we could say this for another meeting. I know
Yeah.
it's a long night, but we really got to get the four-way stops everywhere. Maybe not some of the main roads, but these four-way stops are so drastically important, but I don't want to.
Take a drive down Persimmon East to State Road 7, and then
Okay.
let me know. There's some raised platform. I think it's Persimmon, or maybe it's Citrus or Orange Grove.
I think that's on like
Is it?
Mango. You go
And
over.
Mango.
Persimmon east of the boulevard to State Road 7?
Mhm. I
Yeah,
believe-
they're a little bit vicious.
There,
Is that the right
there's,
word?
there's some that anyway, I'll let you know.
We'll
We'll
get in
talk.
touch.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, and I apologize for taking so long.
Thank you.
That's it for the cards, and we have one comment online, or on Zoom.
Brandy Misalaya, I think. Not sure. Brandy,
Is she-
you're on mute.
Do we ask to unmute?
Nothing.
Yeah, and I just asked to unmute. Brandy?
Does she look like she's trying to talk, or?
Uh-uh, I don't think so.
We need to move on if she's.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, so back to the original motion, which is to have staff come back in January and with the traffic count and to determine what we need to do at 130th, but at the meantime, hold number 3 in line until we come up with a determination on what we really need to do at 130th, because as Betty said, we don't want to waste money, or we don't want to have these people get a road that's going to turn to 180th in no time.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Can I just say there's another reason why I want to pull it from the petitions? And that reason is because it doesn't technically qualify. It doesn't mean that we don't need to deal with it. Doesn't mean that I don't appreciate all the residents that have come out. I want to deal with their road. I've made that clear since I've been on this board that I want to deal with 130th. If we have the commitment of this board to deal with it, staff, do we have the ability to move forward and do that? Does it hurt anything to do that?
No, through the chair, I don't think so, but I was just, based off the commentary from you and others, whether it's been the public or other board members, and Jay and I just had a side conversation. What I'd like to do is come back in December or January, depending on the time frame, specifically on 130th all the way from North Lake all the way down to either 44th or I would just like to include it all the way to 40th, so we're looking at it holistically with traffic calming, everything. In December, I was saving this for my executive director update, but Nate Eckloff with Piper Sandler is coming in to speak at your December 6th meeting about drainage, funds and financing and packaging that. I was trying to look it up really quick, the bond covenants and what the summary judgment was regarding the original R3 bond issuance, because we asked for, I believe, a little bit more. We're allowed to go up to a certain level, but we did not request that in the actual bond issuance. So maybe what we do with Jay is try to look at amending that R3. It takes a little bit longer, but looking to see what the finance, how to secure the financing, just to do it holistically and put in the necessary traffic calming and other measures along that road, even if you did it in sections over a couple fiscal years. That may be better, because again, this is me, I'm not a PE, but my experience in talking with Jay, 130th, and I stand by what I wrote in the backup, it needs to be paved with traffic calming and other types of measures, and even milling sections of it. Those sections, while we might not think they'll be cut through, eventually they will be, because there's just, as Avenir builds out and others, they are coming down this way, and until North Lake and State Road 7 are addressed, and even Seminole Pratt, especially over the next 5 years, and especially when they start on Royal Palm, Orange, and Coconut, just think over the next probably 10 to 15 years, this entire area out here is going to be under constant county road construction. So that's why I would like to look at it. We'll do whatever the board wants, but I'd like to ask that we be allowed to include that in our recommendation or in what we're looking at to you, because I just think we've been talking about this for 4 years, past couple years. We've looked at, can we pave it without doing an R3 amendment, and with the water control plan, either it'd be even more of a lengthy path. So I just think we need to be done with it and look at that road and just add it. But that's my opinion. I don't know if you want to add anything to it, Mr. Floyd.
No, we do need to look at it, and if it does need paving, it does need to go to R3.
Right.
So I'd rather just work on that concurrent. So if that's what you guys decide, we can start initiating that process, because that is dictated by state statute and other things.
So is this board committed to doing that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So I pull my motion.
Thank you.
And direct staff to come back by January, so we have
December, right,
December, so we have a definitive policy and procedure of what we're going to do at 130th.
Well,
and
I
also,
it will be a recommendation. It will not be a policy, because you'll have to give us direction to start the R3 process, and it is depending on what we find out.
but bring that back, and also let's get it solved, because we went through this a couple months ago with 94th too. We need to have a definitive, what do we mean by quarter mile, half mile, mile length of road is it if it's a road such as 130th that goes technically from 60th to Hamlin, which is definitely more than 1 mile. It goes more than that, but it's broken up with the canals and stuff. So, yeah, we need to definitely, so we don't have people upset because we don't know what a mile is or what 5 miles is.
Well, I don't think we need to add that, but I do think we need to put a modification or a modifier in the policy that states that it's subject to board approval, because again, there are many situations. I appreciated Ms. Renee's comments, but I don't agree. MERCOT, we have, all of our roads are straight roads. We're a grid system. So if we were to use the criteria that because that road is more than 1 mile long, even though it's broken up, that it doesn't follow the criteria. That's not what the board meant.
Yeah.
What the thing was that we couldn't manage milling roads longer than a 1/2 mile. 180th was an example with the amount of traffic, and the length of that road was a problem. We've also noticed other problems where with the milling roads, it breaks down at the weakest point, and where it joins a dirt road, it starts to break down. So we have to make sure that we're doing these things correctly. Otherwise, you know, it's good money after bad. And I, you know, as much as I don't like spending money, I don't like spending good money after bad. So I think good planning is better planning in the long run and cheaper for the district residents. So, but I'm absolutely, and you will hear me screaming on your behalf if we do not move forward and get this going in the next couple of months, because it has been long enough. And can we also include Mango in that? So if we're doing an R3 amendment, we need to be looking at Mango and a couple of those other roads that were.
We'll add those other roads, because we've always talked about them, we know which ones
We
they
need
are,
to,
but-
right.
But for the financing component, I think we start with 130th.
Thank you.
Right now. And just quickly though, I'm not bringing back a final policy until January. I'm coming back to get the input, and the one thing that I would ask you to think about, because this has come up, and I don't want to be bringing a policy back in January and then say, oh, well, we need to act, and that is, and it's something that I would encourage you to speak with your legal counsel about, because the board has talked about it, it's come up during public comment, and that is some type of medical exemption. It, you know, that opens up a whole Pandora's box for us. You know, how do you know what the medical issue is?
What are the
how do you prove it?
parameters?
You know, what do you require? And you have to remember, this all is public record, even if they don't discuss it up here. Anything that comes into us becomes automatically open for public disclosure.
So did you
Gets
modify
back-
your?
Yeah, I pulled it, but I mean, that gets back to why I said also about I was disappointed. Like I said, it's nobody's fault, but, you know, having someone chase people, to tell people that they not gonna qualify. One of them was this gentleman with the health exemption that he asked. He could have been that number 6 person, but he was told to leave because he wasn't gonna get his petition in time.
But he's in the lottery, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, yes, that person is in the lottery. But again, we're not gonna pay overtime to have.
No,
that
I'm saying,
person
I'm saying there's no way we could
Yeah.
police
We're
what
not
happens.
doing it anymore. It's a
But,
non-starter.
I just, I'm disappointed. I mean, I understand what's going on. We're gonna go with what staff, you know, recommended, but, I can understand some displeasure maybe with the people on 130th, because we did accept their petition, and their belief was they were only asking for a 1/2 mile, so it qualified. So we kind of dropped the ball there, you know, ourselves too,
Well-
so. But we're moving on, and we're gonna come back in December and see if we can get it actually paid. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you gonna-
Okay.
Is that the motion?
Well, that's what I'm
It's,
trying.
we're full.
What's
The
motion's
direction,
full.
the direction to staff, do we need a motion?
Direction to staff.
Well, if you need to take back your motion.
I take back my motion and redo that motion with a motion to have staff come back in December.
No, in December, we're gonna have a discussion, we're gonna
Come back
get
in
public
December with the
input.
discussion.
Yes.
About the policy, and then
Can we
we're
put
also-
signage up?
Yep.
So that along 130th, so that people in the different sections are gonna know and they come to the meeting, we can get their input? Okay.
And then who made the second, who made the initial one? Or are we having another second?
And then
Do we
in
have a-
December, he's gonna bring back
Yes,
the plan.
yes. I think,
Okay, so do we have a second to Keith's revised motion?
Yes.
Okay, Elizabeth. Thank you. So-
Good. All in favor?
Aye. Now, the lottery. Oh, so what are we doing about the third position? We're pulling it, right? And so that 6 becomes 5? Okay. All right.
That's what we would do, so.
Yeah.
Tell them to have a card.
So number 6, for right now, physically, is tickets in there, so if y'all pull that one,
You'll know it.
I'll know.
Yeah.
And y'all will pull that.
How many are in there?
but at the same time, we're still gonna work on it. We're gonna-
And through the chair, just,
Yes.
I mean, we are on number 1
Yeah.
of this agenda. I hate to remind people of that, but I think there's a lot of people here that want a lot
Do you have-
of discussion.
Do you have a lot of other non-agenda?
what?
Clock
Do you have
keeper over
agenda?
here.
I'm sorry, do you have
Public comments.
public comments on non-agenda items?
Right.
I have to.
Okay, go ahead.
Are we going to go there next?
7:30.
Sure.
Oh, God, it's already 8 o'clock.
All right, hold on, let me get the clock back up. I have 2 for public comment, non-agenda item related. Ingram Black.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? All right, I live on 15393 Citrus Grove Boulevard, and the entire Citrus Grove seems to have speed tables, except for the section between Fall and Seminole Pratt. Are there plans to get speed tables there?
The portion that has speed tables right now were done as grant projects, and there is intentions of expanding that, but we just don't have the funds right now to do it. Those are the ones that were done as part of the LID, FDOT.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Hall west to Seminole Pratt. So that's not.
west, between Hall and Seminole Pratt.
Yeah, west to Seminole Pratt, so.
West 2.
East of Seminole Pratt, west of
Because
Hall.
Hall's east of Seminole Pratt, so. but
Right,
what's
that's
the-
what I said. So west of Hall to
Yeah.
Seminole Pratt.
Yeah.
but
That's
what's
what I
the
said.
Citrus Grove.
No, you said
Citrus
west of
Grove.
Seminole.
Citrus Grove.
Citrus Grove, right?
Citrus Grove. Now, there have been several accidents on the corner of Citrus Grove and Hall. There's a bus stop there, my daughter's bus stop, all through school. Not Pierce Hammock, but definitely Western Pines, and when she was at Seminole Ridge. And literally, cars have gone through, destroyed that house, the fencing, and that is a problem at that corner. And most of the traffic is coming from Seminole Pratt because they're trying to avoid Northland. Now, all those canals that I see with the speed tables, I thought for sure we would get a couple as well. Or at least a stop sign by, a four-way stop sign by Apache and Citrus Grove. Just the other day, there was an accident right in my driveway. The car ended up in my driveway, mailbox smashed. It flipped a van. The van ended up across the swale into my yard because they were going so fast. So at what point do we decide that it's now seriously a safety issue? They are speeding. There's no doubt about it. We don't just pull out of our driveways on Citrus Grove because they're avoiding North Lake, so everybody cuts through. I'm not even going to talk about Citrus Grove and Seminole Pratt because I don't know who designed it, but Valencia doesn't go straight across, and that is a nightmare to get on. I'm amazed that we don't have more accidents on the corner of Seminole Pratt and Citrus Grove.
I use that very often.
Of course, we all do, because we have to go to Publix.
You gotta turn
There's
right
no
and
way
then
to
turn
avoid
left.
it.
It's like Frogger. I feel like when I did Frogger back in middle school and elementary school, it trained me really well for that area. I
And
get
we're
what
all
you're
kind of
saying.
doing this dance thing where we're turning and then we're waiting for each other and we're doing this cross thing. But that may be a separate issue. I just would like to see speed tables or a four-way stop sign by Apache and Citrus Grove, so at least it would give us some relief. Because it was terrifying. It was terrifying to see the van flipped upside down in my yard. My mailbox is smashed. I don't know who's supposed to pay for that, but
Should be their insurance.
my insurance.
Their insurance.
Yeah, well, I guess I'd have to request the police report because
Yes,
I
you
never
can.
heard anything. I heard that somebody was going to call me, but I haven't received any notification. But I'm not concerned about the mailbox. I'm more concerned that, you know, my daughter was in the driveway when that happened. So what do we need to do going forward? I understand there's no budget for it, but so what do we do as residents on that street? And we're scared.
Through the chair. So we have had, there's a lot of different things that you bring up. Seminole Pratt is a county road. Seminole Pratt is going to be widened to 6 lanes. Right now, I think it's going to 4 lanes. Is it going to 6 lanes automatically? Maybe just 4. It's going to be widened to 6 lanes. You will not be able to go across Seminole Pratt from Citrus Grove anywhere. You're going to be turning right, and you're going to have to do a U-turn through the turn lanes because that's how the county has designed it, okay? Similar to the way that it is south of there. Citrus Grove Boulevard, we have a mobility plan that covers the whole district, where the district went through a year-long, 2-year-long planning process, and there are speed tables on a lot of those roads that you talk about, Citrus Grove, Hall Boulevard. Some of them, those projects have already started because we had funding in the R3 planning, but we also had some grant projects, FDOT projects. Every FDOT grant that we get is 5 years out. So we have a lot of planning stuff. Our staff are working very hard trying to get funds so that we're not having to raise taxes for residents, and we can address these concerns. But as far as traffic control and speeding, you need to contact PBSO because we do not have police powers. We're not in control of that. If you are noticing a pattern, Captain Turner, his office, you can call them and let them know that between this time and this time, it is very dangerous. There are school buses, there's a lot of speeding. We'd like to have a presence, and they do spot enforcement, and that is typically pretty effective, but they need to hear from the residents. We can't be the ones doing it. So, and then in terms of any property damage, you need to contact that insurance company or find out who they are. They should be repaying you for any damage that was caused. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And through the chair, the last one is an email that I received through comment card. And this is a Pat Harrison, who lives on Temple Boulevard. And she is complaining about traffic calming and speed tables on her road. She says it's too many, the locations don't make any sense, and the noise level has raised greatly because people go over them and then they speed from them. And she says that, not to mention, we now have extra swale work from the grasses planted.
And what road is that? Please tell me.
This is-
Cheatham Hill.
This is Temple Boulevard.
Temple? Oh.
So she's complaining about the speed tables. She says it doesn't make any sense where they were placed.
They were placed according to our traffic engineer's directions, right?
Yeah, everything is based on that, and you have to look at driveway, what the mobility with all the public input, and canals, looked at all of that.
And through the chair, with Temple particularly, it's phases, because some of it is with the different TA grants that will come later. So there might be one, maybe it looks like one's missing, but it's in that plan, maybe coming down the pike.
I wasn't aware that we had any are we talking about Temple west of Seminole Pratt or east?
It would, I believe,
It's
east.
all east.
Yeah.
Okay.
LA and
All right.
Or
East.
LI and TA.
Right.
Would be east.
And there's a horse trail on that, isn't there? Is there?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Multi-use pathway.
Huh?
Multi-use pathway.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Yes, yes, no equestrian.
Mhm.
But equestrians
Wait,
can use it.
Right.
Wait, wait.
Okay, thank you.
And that's all the public comment for number 8.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to 7.2, the Advanced Millings Petition Lottery Drawing. You want to just draw?
You're the president, go ahead.
Oh, I go first.
Put your hand in there.
Start with Keith.
I like the beverages.
Picking on me?
We'll go down. Each one of them can.
Clear jar.
There's no cheating here.
Yeah.
Don't look through the clear jar.
We don't know
That's
what the
the
numbers
lemonade.
are.
Absolutely.
How many would pull?
One each.
One each for the first, these first 5 are going to be the second.
The second round. On hold.
So it's these.
No?
Guaranteed, right? These are the.
There's
guaranteed.
one
the
that's.
other
Oh,
five.
right, right, okay.
Just kidding. I said one's glued to the bottom, so you pull it. Okay. The winner is 835, 5143.
So what's the last
8,
digit?
1, 4,
3,
3.
5,
143.
5, 1, 4,
143.
3. Okay. Okay,
So all we need is the last 3.
Correct.
okay.
No, because the numbers written on here are wrong.
Yeah.
It says
What?
83355,
Yeah, but this
and it's
is 85.
8355. Yeah, so it's like an extra 3 in there.
All right.
So the last 3 numbers are the ones
That matter?
that. Correct.
Okay, 160.
Oh, that's the last 3 numbers? Okay.
Yes.
Where are these listed? Does the public know which ones are?
Can we say the
They're,
letters at the
they're
end?
on the list
No, I think
going
streets,
across.
what is it?
Well, somebody-
Translate
What's
to-
the street? I think
Somebody will need to, maybe when we're done,
It's on the back.
I know, but when we're done, if we can just list which ones they are.
Can we
Yeah.
call it when we pull it?
You
We
can.
say
It's
it,
on
okay.
the back of the ticket.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
on
can
the
say it on
ticket?
the ticket,
It's
yeah.
on-
Yeah.
This is like a lottery.
156.
156?
And it's for,
Oh,
um,
to the back. 56th place north.
So just for the record, Keith, for 143, do you still have your ticket? What's? Mary.
143 is who?
Yeah.
Wait.
143 is,
143?
the first one.
The
that
first
was
one.
The first one.
The 25th Lane North? No.
That's what it says.
It says
Is that
20
even in the district?
Waxahachie, Florida.
Oh, my God. Do we have a Loxahatchee Groves?
A Daniel?
Just, through the chair, just to let you know, we have these attached to
The petition.
The petition?
to
Maybe the
petition.
2's a 7.
And you verified the petition?
We'll verify.
Did you verify they were in the district?
This could just be the person that brought the petition in.
Okay, because, yeah, 25
Because
Lane
we did
North
have some
is
people-
Loxahatchee Groves.
15324.
That could just be the person that brought it in.
Yeah.
and want to be the contact person.
Wouldn't you know, I picked someone that wasn't in the district.
Okay, we got 3 of them.
Okay, and the other one.
Look,
that's
the
not
girls
good.
come to us,
160.
walk the roads.
We're gonna nail this for next year.
Okay.
Petitions all together, just.
Ready? Mine is 1245 82nd Lane North,
What was the number?
160.
Yeah, Michael's was what?
We didn't get there yet.
56.
Huh?
We're
I
gonna
was
get back there.
56 north.
56 North?
56th place.
56th place is 156.
It's like Christmas.
You get a weird sense of
Millings
excitement.
Christmas.
Waiting for a long time for this.
Yeah.
Okay, this is ticket number 171, and it's Roy Warren, 17723 Murcott. That's the Murcott one we were talking about?
Mm-hmm. Sure is.
So
Going into-
17723 Murcott. Include between 180th and Mandarin. Remember we were looking at that map? The stop sign?
Stop sign and stop sign.
The paved road
I
to
got
paved
it.
road?
You got it. I didn't realize Murcott went all the way through.
It breaks up.
It actually breaks
It
up.
breaks up, yeah,
Mhm.
so it doesn't go fully.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
The best for us.
Ticket number ending 122. I'm not gonna try because I can't read the writing, but it's on 87th Street North. 14123 87th Street North. Yeah, Heather, I can't tell you last name. What is it? Delatour.
Delatour?
See, even if I understood the writing, I don't know if I would have said it right.
Yeah, I would have been able to read that. French.
Yeah. Oh, you would have had it?
Yes. It's like,
So those are the 5, the
Mhm.
second set of 5.
Guaranteed.
That are guaranteed.
Okay, so now we're doing the other ones. Can we do the other ones quicker?
Sure.
Actually, we need to verify the first one, 25th Lane. I want it on the record what that is, because if it is not qualified.
Let me
Yeah.
pull the petition.
Yeah, please, I'm sorry.
No.
Not to delay it.
Yeah. But if
Because
it's
that does
not,
have an impact on the top 5 and the top 10.
Yeah.
absolutely.
Let me pull the petition real quick.
Yeah, it's 143.
How would they even find out?
So for those of you wondering, the petition process, the whole reason why we do it is because we wanted the residents that want their roads milled to be the roads that we mill, because we don't want to be making the community unhappy. And there are some people who feel very strongly that they don't want their roads milled, and then there are other people who feel very strongly that they want their roads milled. And everybody has a different reason for feeling the way they do. But the big thing when the board started this policy was that we didn't want to be making that decision for people. And I know the staff really dislikes the petition process, but it's a little bit of extra work, but it really is about the residents driving what we're doing rather than us dictating to them. So, right, Rob?
You point, we push.
No particular order.
Through the chair, the actual petition on 143 is for 75th Lane North.
75th.
75th.
Okay.
But we've been saying 25th.
Yeah.
So maybe
Okay, so it's just a miswriting.
That's, that's what I said.
This one I
2 is
figure
probably a
out.
7.
The 2 looked like a 7.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Jeez.
So,
Okay, so
Now the next
is
five.
everybody comfortable with that being in the district?
Yes.
Yeah.
So these are the backup for the 10. Did y'all want to draw two at once?
Yeah.
Would it be easier for us to walk up to you?
Sure.
Yeah.
If y'all like.
This way you don't have to keep walking back and forth.
That's fine, I could use a
Okay.
stretch.
My two is 72nd Road.
What are the
What are the
last?
last
Oh,
What are the last
numbers
numbers?
first is
Plus 3.
150. 150, and that is for Road 72nd, 72nd Road in North Lochahatchee. Road North in Lochahatchee,
Oh my
okay.
God.
And the next one is 138, and that is for 72nd Court North.
Wow.
But what's the house number?
14180, 72nd.
Close.
Is that 72nd Court North?
What are the chances of that?
Okay. 134 is the ticket. And it's 16281 East Gold Cup.
East what?
Gold Cup. Is that already in?
No.
Is that honor? No, that's south of,
It's south of Sycamore and
Yeah, it's
east
in the
of
district.
Democrat.
I don't know if it's already a petition submitted, but it's in the district.
right, but isn't that one of the roads that we're already milling?
I would have to look at the address, I'm not sure.
16281, because didn't we just recently go through that whole street, all those streets were supposed to get done, or over by Lancashire? Is that where this is?
There was a petition
It
from
is,
last
but
year,
it's
I don't
east
think
of
it's that one.
Democrat.
No, but I'm saying that we planned already on doing that block, that section, because remember when it was
Oh.
left off, right? Isn't that over there? So hold on, I might need it. In the meantime, while he's looking for that, my next ticket is 162, and it's 13039, 62nd Court North.
What was the number for the East Lancashire?
No, it's Gold Cup, but I'm using that as
Yeah.
And
reference.
that number was 162. Is that what you meant, or for the address?
The one before 162.
134, which is Gold Cup.
Yep,
Gold Cup is not on the map.
it's not, okay, perfect, thank you. Let me just write this down, sorry, I'm holding you up, Scarlett.
All right.
I
My
know.
first one is 154. 82nd Street North. 149. '73rd Street North.
Okay. Mine are 141, and it is Pablo Hernandez, 13879 78th Place. 13879 78th Place, north. And then the last one of mine is 133, and it is Arnie Thomas, and it's 16559 92nd. North?
Yeah, 92nd
Okay.
Lane.
All right. Did I say your name wrong?
Correct, you did a good job.
Okay. It's actually spelt on here, A-R-N-E.
Arnie.
Arn.
Arnie.
Oh, okay. Arnie?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, and that's 133.
My two, Brandy 167. Brandy McFly, 12809 52nd. And then 139 Joseph McNicholas, 16440 84th Court North.
84?
84.
Okay. All right.
So through the chair, so each board member drew 2, so that makes the 10 for the waiting list.
2 additional.
The 2 that you
So we have 5 petitions that were accepted at the initial that are guaranteed.
7.2.
We drew 5 that are guaranteed, and then these other that we drew are potential replacements for if any of these don't.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, because
or
we
we're
didn't-
in the
We
area.
haven't verified any of the lottery ones yet.
Well, I don't think we have the funds to do in the area, or do we?
Well, for those extra ones, if they said if they're going to be right there, they would try to.
They're going on the waiting list. Are we including them? I mean, how are we?
They'll go on the waiting list. We're following what the policy says.
It's not if we're in the area, we're doing it.
We had talked about that, but
No.
we're not doing it.
How many do you,
If it's on the wait list or on the wait list, you know, and then I
Only
think
if
what
it's
we-
considered one of the maintenance roads that the staff has chosen to do, right?
Yeah, so if you follow the policy ways right now, wait list is just wait list, like Scarlett was saying. If something falls through, the next person wait list is
Right.
put on the regular list.
Right.
I believe at the last meeting, Jason said with some of the medical, the people who were saying they had medical, like if we were in that area, we could do it, but we're not doing that. We're following the policy to a T on this until you decide to change the policy if you so choose. So.
I do want to ask that, when we are aware and residents are complaining about the condition of the road, that that we make sure that we're filling in the potholes and getting it done, because, I mean, I've had residents call me who, just had back operations or, that kind of thing. It's, in some cases, very, very bad. So I hope that we're putting them at the top of the list and at least trying to get to their roads and get material on there. And
Yeah, to the chair, yes, we are. We're grading 5 to 6 days a week. On Fridays, we always haul in a lot of rock for Palm Beach aggregate. A lot of times Wednesdays and Thursdays, we do that as well. So at this point in time, we have a big push to fix a lot of these potholes because of the rain. It's generated a lot of the road conditions, so we are fixing them.
yeah, I just want to bring up that on my road, and I never complain about my road because my road was rebuilt years ago and it withstands really, really good. But with all the rain that we had and the ATVs have been going down our road, and I noticed that the grader went down the other day, but the potholes are still kind of there. So for me, it's not an issue, but for somebody who has medical issues, it would be. So, just
160.
West Island Black, yeah. It tends to be a cut through. I'm not asking for, it's just that it's like, sometimes when we're grading, we're just kind of cutting off the top and not really getting to those holes. And then when it rains, it sits there and then it makes it worse when people drive through it. So that's all. But my road's usually pretty good.
okay. Mary, are you all set with,
Yes, we've got the
7:30?
numbers and, yes, we're set.
Okay. Sir, if you guys wish to speak, there are comment cards. Did you fill out comment cards?
No, because it said they have to fill it out prior to.
Oh, we can allow public comment on this item because we haven't had public comment on it.
Yeah, vote on.
We just missed 10 numbers. Yeah, we only got 9 numbers for the provisionals.
You mean the last 10?
Yes.
Okay, you want me to read them off, those for the
Yeah,
last?
just read off the last 2 digits will be fine.
Yes.
That's 3.
Well, I'm going to say, under 7.2, the last 10 is 150, 138, 134, 162, 1.
Thank you.
That's it? Well, let me. It's like
Finish now.
bingo.
Yeah.
Please, let me just finish. 154, 149, 141, 133, 167, 139, for the record.
Thank you, Mary.
What?
You want to make the first 5?
The first, sure. Okay, the first one under 7.2, 143, 160, 156, 171. 1. And that was number 4. Okay, and 122 is the last number. Got everyone? Okay.
So that Murcott one that we pulled, is that the same Murcott that's already in the 5 list? I think you were trying to bring that up. Is that the same, didn't we already?
Somebody
The-
suggested.
We didn't approve
The
it, she
Murcott-
approved it to put it into the raffle.
Yeah, the Murcott was never one of the.
It was
No,
number,
the
it was number
first-
6.
The first
It was-
5, the number 6 was Murcott, I thought.
No,
was
that's-
171.
That was 73rd.
It was what?
73rd.
171 was Murcott.
I was thinking the same thing, and then I realized.
171.
73rd became the 5th.
She had 2 questions, 2 tickets that were questioned. One was the 73rd, that was the 6th person in line, and then the Murcott one was whether or not it qualified to be in. the
Okay.
raffle.
So who was the 6th person in line? What one was that?
Well, it becomes number 5.
143.
143? No, no, no.
No.
No, no.
I'm talking about the
For the
original
first 5,
5.
the original
And the
5.
original number 6.
Mhm.
That's for 73rd Street North.
Right.
Francesca Gonzalez, who
Okay,
actually
that was the
spoke
lady
tonight.
that was speaking, yeah, I
Yes.
remember her, but, okay. I
She
thought
was
she was on
number
Murcott,
6.
but I confused her and Renee.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. All right, good.
Did we need to make a motion that these are the numbers?
I would
Motion.
recommend.
Do I have a
we do so.
motion to accept the numbers as read off by
So moved.
Mary?
For
I'll
the-
second.
For the Millings lottery drawings. Okay.
I moved, she seconded.
Any public comment based on the numbers that were drawn?
Pardon?
No. Yes.
What happens with the numbers that are still left in there, is that go to, for the next year, or we have to reapply? If your street wasn't picked.
I think the policy says that you have to reapply.
Yeah, everything starts over on October, the
We gotta
first
get the same
business.
sheet again, or just use the same sheet?
No, you can use the same sheet, but you have to reapply whatever the first business day of October 2024 would be.
Next year, we will not be having the camping out, though.
It's
Next year,
strictly
it's just
lottery.
gonna be a certain period of time that we're accepting them, and then we'll do the lottery, because we gotta take some of the chaos out of the process.
Could have charged admission.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And through
Parking
the,
fees.
through the chair, through the chair.
Yes.
The 10 that were drawn, right? Any of
Hey.
those that don't get called up to the 5,
You'll use
they
one of those.
they have to reapply as well.
Next year.
Yeah,
That's how the
what-
policy is written.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Just,
Hey, guys in the audience, just
not
try
just
to
what's
keep down.
left there, but
Yeah.
of those 10.
Do we need public comment?
Yeah,
That was. we
Okay,
should've got a
all in
card
favor?
from him, but I really have to have a
Aye,
break.
aye.
Can we
Okay.
have a break?
Yeah? You good? Break?
Yeah,
5 minutes?
Please?
5 minutes.
Let's try and make it.
but I'm gonna have to cut out before the meeting.
Carrie, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Recording stopped. I'm gonna wait after
short little break. There's a thread going on, Acreage Speaks, and I just want to ask a couple questions on the record. Do we pay for the millings? Or are we getting them free from Ranger Construction from their I-95 project?
We pay for them.
Yeah, we pay for all millings.
We pay for the millings,
Yeah.
we pay for the hauling,
Right.
so we're paying for them, we're not getting them
Correct.
free?
Correct.
Okay. And our administrative fee was always set to cover the cost of administration for the petitions, the $500 petition fee.
Yeah.
And have we reviewed, do we think that that $500 is covering it? Are we exceeding, or, because my understanding is that it doesn't cover the cost, but it offsets the cost of staff time
Well,
processing?
Yes, I mean, the direction whenever we came up with that administrative fee was to not make it where it's not, where it's too expensive or unrealistic or unreasonable. But yes, I mean, all we basically do is process it, confirm it, and deposit the $500. I mean,
Right.
if you want, we can come back and give you a more updated and increase it if the board would like. But
I think we should look at, are we covering our costs? Or I know we were always wanting to offset it, but, and I know the answer to this, so please do not take offense, but it would be against the law for any of our staff to be getting kickbacks from a contractor for buying the millings, and that is so, right? We don't have anybody who's getting kickbacks from contractors for millings, correct?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
we don't take offense, we don't take kickbacks, gifts, or anything. That's
Right.
administrative policy
Yeah.
as well.
It's all public record as well.
And our engineer is not on the record, or on the payroll for any millings company that's selling millings, or any construction company, right? Okay.
That's correct.
I'm just stating it for the public record to nip those comments in the bud, because it's not factual, and it's very harmful for people to be spreading that kind of misinformation on Facebook. And whether you're unhappy with ITID over millings or not, the process that we've set up, we've tried to be very fair, and we've tried to make it for the residents to drive the discussion, to drive what we're doing. So it is really beyond the pale, in my opinion, to be making those kinds of accusations without actually coming here and asking for the information, because we are a government entity and the records are public. So I just wanted to state that.
Thank you, and just to clarify, we have updated our procurement. Our procurement policy and procedures are on the same level as Palm Beach Gardens and the Village of Wellington, because they were the ones, they're the lead by example that the Inspector General office uses, that you should base yours off of. And that's exactly what legal, finance, and I did through that process when we brought it to the board. And it's ever changing and improving, periodically as the economies or state statutes or other things may change. And so just for that as well.
Thank you.
Good. All right, moving on to 7.3, discussion.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
In regards to 7.3, we've just had a discussion with people that want their roads done, don't want their roads done, how much money we have to do roads. This is one example. I don't know how this got on the agenda, but I have signed letters from everybody on that Road 86 Road North that says they have no problems with their road, leave them alone. So why are we talking about trying to redo their road or whatever?
Would you like,
Through the chair, was this brought by you, Carol? Did you submit this? So
Yes,
okay, so because it just appeared.
What? It was unpermitted.
No, I just
Unpermitted.
want to make a motion to
They did it
receive and
themselves.
file.
Yeah, it's unpermitted.
Hold on,
Why are we
guys.
gonna dig it up?
Mike.
Oh, okay.
because this needs to be on the record.
No, I was going to turn the meeting over to Burgess.
To Burgess, yeah.
At
So
7:23.
can I make a motion to receive and file?
Yes.
I don't know if you have those letters,
What was
so
submitted, the
these
permits
two.
and
Second.
the letters. Yeah,
Second.
they're all here.
You-
Call the motion.
Through the chair, so
I made a motion.
Oh, motion.
Do we have a second?
Call the vote.
To
Do we have a
receive and
second?
file?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 through the chair now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So we are bringing this forward because we have received requests from both of these roads to have them repaired and do other work. As we have stated in the backup, these roads were unpermitted in millings. They never met what the district engineer and the board set as district standards for milled roads. We also have an issue where there may be a permit for a culvert. However, there's palm trees, there's millings on top of that. And I will turn it over to Mr. Robinson and Mr. Lester here shortly to go through some of those details, and we have the photos. The reason why we're bringing this is because those roads were unpermitted. We want to make sure if we will be expending money put that on roads that are not messed up because Mother Nature or normal wear and tear, if we have to go in there, that's where other taxpayers are paying for that road to be put back to condition. And before we do that, I want to make sure the board is aware. I know legal also has some input on this as well that Ms. Viator and I discussed about how we can go to the homeowners along that road, or the board, the district, and request payment for whatever specifically is done. And you can actually, I believe from our conversation, ask for 2 or 3 times the amount because it was unpermitted. Now, we're not suggesting you do that, but you do have that option. So that's why this is being brought tonight. And as we go through and these roads are found or people bring them to our attention, we will be bringing those back, or we'll be bringing a policy. You know, I hate to make a policy for something that might be only a few out there, but nonetheless, we need to address this. This is easement that we are responsible for, and let's say there's a bad accident there. We can get, we're held liable because it's our easement that we're responsible for if something were to happen.
If it
So-
were due to a defect in the road.
Yes, yeah.
Through the chair.
Or-
So a couple things, because this is not the first time this has come before the board. Maybe this board, but it has come before the board. The culvert was permitted before I got on the board. If you look at the date, it's November 23rd, 2016. It did not, at the time, meet the policy. However, it was issued by the district manager at the time, who was Jim Shawman. When it came to the board's attention later in 2017 or 2018, I think you were district manager. Yeah, Rob, you were district manager. And so we had a discussion, and we made sure that we had discussions with engineering as well, that putting a culvert pipe in the swale is not necessarily the best situation. However, we have made exceptions, and there's been permits that have been issued for specific properties, i.e. McCarthy's, right? Where they're using that for their parking, for their preserve, whatever, their whatever you call their nature habitat, right? But the intention in this case, I don't know what the intention was, but
it was not to allow parking or other obstructions in the easement, and those policies still apply no matter what permit has been issued, right? But what was brought up, the last time that this came to the board in 2018 or 2019, was the other road that was paved without a permit that was listed on here, 82nd, where apparently those residents had paid a contractor and then came to the district complaining about the condition of the road. And there are issues with that road, and I believe staff have tried to rectify the problem with that road, or
We've
am I?
done very basic, but we have not tried to return it to
So
our
we
original.
we scarified 82nd, because the direction of the board when that got brought up, and I remember Ms. Jacobs was here, and those residents were here, and we admonished the contractor for having done that, because he should have done better, knowing full well that you cannot just go out, not have a permit, and pave a road, and we wouldn't issue a permit to anybody paving a road unless it were like a developer or something along that lines, wherein our district staff would be involved. So it was on the record at that time, and I believe that the board at that time said, you know, if there's an issue, then we have to deal with it. We're responsible for the easement. So, you know, I think, like Keith said, these residents obviously want their road milled, and we can't have contractors going around and doing this. Since that time, I'm not aware, and maybe staff correct me, have there been any other roads that this contractor's gone out and milled, or are these the only two roads?
Not that I'm aware of. Just
Okay.
these two. Just these two.
All right. So do we have the ability to just re-mill the road, fix it, without having to, because to me, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, wouldn't it cost more money at this point to pull it out and redo the road with rock than it would to just mill it and be done with it?
Scarlett, are you able to pull up the photos, the attachment?
I
Just
am.
a better, so you better understand. the
If
community.
if we could just, if I could let Mr. Robinson, Mr. Lester just kind of go through what they were going to say, and then we'll answer that question.
So,
this one?
if you
The
could
82nd?
first go to 82nd, the one up there, it says 2019.
That one.
Yeah, so Betty, what you were just referring to back in 2019, I wasn't present for that board meeting, but we did send a homeowner a notice. The homeowner acknowledged that he did hire a contractor, so we did send him a notice. He said there's an obstruction, please comply. If you scroll down, please, Scarlett. So that's from that time frame. Keep scrolling, please. We gave him a copy of the enhanced milling policy. Just keep scrolling, please. All that information's there. So here's a photo, just so you understand, you know, it at the time didn't meet the district specs. So scroll down, please. Scarlett, if you can, unless you're frozen. So it's very loose, very thin millings. Some spots were as thick as 3 inches, a lot of spots were as thin as 1 inch. Keep scrolling, please. So this was, I think, on a Thursday, and we came back on a Monday, and the whole road was done. So this was, I think, the following Monday. Keep scrolling. You can see a pothole already there. Keep scrolling. That is, you know, a driveway just showing, you know, the millings are very thin, and right here, keep scrolling, please, you'll see a pin. So you can see the dirt there, and you see the milling. So it's, you know, approximately 1 inch thick in that one photo, and that was in the middle. We did a couple pothole test sections, and Rob did as well. So it was anywhere from 1 to 3 inches. So if you could exit out of that and then show the one for that same row, the recent attachment right there, yes. So what we did, like Betty, just to reiterate, she said, we have board direction, so we went and we scarified the road with the grader. Just scroll down, please. Yeah, you just keep scrolling. So that's what the road looks like now, after we scarified the road, because there's only 1 inch to 2 inches of material. So we scarified it. I believe we rolled it. We did roll it, yeah. We rolled it too, and that's the condition now. So the issue that they're having was, it was thin, it was thick in some areas, inconsistent conditions, it was loose and hard in some areas. So we scarified it, rolled it out, that's the condition now. It could last, a year or two. We haven't added any shell rock to that. And that's the condition, I believe that was 2 or 3 weeks ago we took those photos. So that's how we address that one.
Is there black dust coming off the road?
Not at this point in time. But
Okay.
we did roll it, we didn't seal it or anything like that, but we'll have to keep an eye on it, check it again. This dry season will be a good test for it, because when things get dry and traffic picks up, we'll see if that condition occurs.
And I have one other question about that
Yes.
road. Is this the same road where we had the contractor who owns both sides of the road or behind and was using the canal bank as well?
No, it is not.
Has
No.
that been addressed?
Yes.
Okay.
So
All right.
we'll- so
Was
we'll
that
balance.
removed? Oh, it keeps
Several-
happening over and over?
Yes, ma'am.
The obstruction was removed at the time it was brought to our attention.
Okay, so I would say that, first-time offender in a situation, then, okay. But after that, I think that's when we do need to start going after that landowner, because they're being willful, like, beyond, then they should be paying for it. But in this situation, is it acceptable to leave this road in the condition that it's in?
At this current time, yes. The road will harden up a little bit. Over time, we'll have the same kind of issue where it'll delaminate or fall apart. You'll get potholes, and then we'll have to scarify it, regrade it again, compact it. But again, this dry season, we'll see if we have any issue with the dust.
Okay.
Scarlett, if you could just back out of this one and go to 82nd. So the reason we went to this road,
Which-
86, I'm
The
sorry.
86, okay.
We received a request, multiple requests from a resident on the road, and I am looking at what was provided from Ms. Jacobs, people that do like the condition, want us to leave it as is. However, the person that called in said, please come fix my road. We went and looked at it. Just scroll down if you could. Can you go back up at the top? So this is the condition. This was after it rained, just gives you an idea. It does have potholing. You can see the millings on the road, they're graded out well. It looks like it has a crown to the road. However, the thickness is definitely, not the 5 inches that we use in our policy today. Right there, you can see that pothole, that dirt.
It's like an inch.
Or so. We have potholes in certain areas, and it is thicker in other areas, but that is what that road looked like, I think 2 weeks ago. We scroll down the next picture. Just so you understand, so that's the culvert you're just discussing, Ms. Argue. There's a dump truck parked there, there's millings on top. I wasn't with the district at the time, if a permit was issued or not. But that's the condition it is today. It does have millings on top of where the swale would be. You see there's a trailer and a truck. Keep scrolling, please.
Is the drainage working there?
Yeah, it appears so.
Okay.
Yeah, everything's draining. I didn't see any drainage issues in the swales. You can keep scrolling down. It's just a redundant picture. That's another section on the road. You can see just a different surface, some depressions in it. So if this was, like for instance, that part of 180th that we're waiting to fix because we're going to pave it, that's north of Temple, we rate that as unacceptable condition. We would remill that, but we're holding off because it's going to be paved.
Right.
So we would consider that, a condition where it needs to be redone.
Right.
And that's just another picture showing, potholing. So the reason we went to that road is because we received, I believe, 2 requests to please come to that road and address it. So one solution could be the same kind of thing we did on 82nd, where we just scarify it, roll it out, and see how it lasts. I'm reading here where people were asking us for us to leave it alone. So we're seeking board directive. And just keep in mind that as we have a lot of construction going on in our area, we do have people that take it upon themselves to do work in our easements. So this is one example. You have people who do sidewalks, you know, concrete sidewalks, and we have to address that and tell them, no, it's a district standard, you gotta do 5-foot asphalt. You creative with the drainage, creative with landscape, right out in the middle of the easement, we're seeing that. So we're really taking the time to educate homeowners. So it's really how we're gonna address these things moving forward on unpermitted or work not done by the district.
Through the chair. So it's my understanding that there was also a house on that road, and maybe it's the same one that's complaining, that was having a lot of work going on, especially when we had all that rain, and that's where a lot of those potholes, at least at the beginning, were caused by. So in terms of the parking and the obstructions, I mean, that's a policy that, you know, we've had for a long time. So, you know, I think in terms of the permit, there's clearly a permit here. We've got this. Our district records should show that. But the road was not permitted that I'm aware of. Although this permit does show a parking lot, that was December 6, 2016, that was dated. You know, I don't know why we would be permitting a parking lot on an easement when our easements say that there can't be any obstructions. So the other thing is that it's not fair to the residents to leave that road in that condition, right? We can't do that. So how much would it cost us to fix it properly with millings? I mean,
Well, to the chair, so for a mile it's 50,000, so that's a half-mile road, so it'd be 25 grand in material and hauling. That doesn't include, you know, labor. We'd have to look and see where, you know, what elevation road it is and if it meets the Sotler Stag elevation. It didn't look like there's any drainage issues, so I don't think we'll have to do anything there. Other than that, and whatever the board decides to do with the parking, you know, whether or not that needs to be removed, and if we're going to be directed to do it in-house or ask the homeowner to do that work, and a couple palm trees, you know, we could go that direction, or we could scarify and compact like we did 87.
Through the chair. Is this like sealed? Is this on 86, is this sealed?
It does
or
not
is
appear so.
No, but
It
a
seems
lot of-
pretty packed, so it's just packed, it hasn't been sealed.
yeah, we never used to seal the millings roads. That's like a relatively new thing in the past year.
Not in the past year.
Well,
how long have we been?
what I'm
About
saying
three-
is
3.5 years.
the ones that were done
started.
20 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago were not sealed. We've just started
So,
pretty much.
all right, so it's not sealed. Would you be able to use this material, or would you have to pull all this material up and remill?
Well, it would not meet the district standard because it wouldn't be 5 inches, so I probably had to, depending on the elevation of the road, so if the road has to be built up 5 inches to meet Sotler Stag, which I don't think is probably not likely, it's probably at the right elevation. So if it's at the right elevation, we'll need to remove that material and bring in 5 inches of millings.
And so that 25,000 that you're stating for the half mile, that doesn't include pulling this and
No, that doesn't
dumping
include
it?
removing and hauling off and no.
And it looks like they've tried to repair some
It looks like some
potholes.
repairs have been done in the past. I'm not sure if they were done by the district.
They were not. I'd like to hear, I believe, Carol, you're here to address this, so I'd like to hear from you, what would you propose moving forward? I think you know.
Carol Sharoni Jacobs, 14232 86 Road North. What happened is, I ran for the district in 2006. For years, we moved here, we see it at our house on 2001. The district never came down our roads. My husband because of his land development, he was grading the road constantly. Even after I was on the board, they weren't coming down my road. And the road was a mess. So he was constantly grading. So it is his fault. He did, every time he'd add extra millings, he just started at our end and just kind of, and eventually went down. He's got a pile of millings, and those holes should have been filled in, but it's been raining, and the days it wasn't raining, he wasn't available to do it. And all the neighbors know us, and they're all like flipping out because they're saying, oh, we don't want it taken up. They know Ron goes down there all the time, fills in the holes and stuff. It wasn't done to grade, of course, but nobody ever, like my canals all caved in, nobody in my unit 7, all the taxes I paid and all the raises since I got off the board, I don't know what they do in my district. It's like my unit is ignored, and it's almost like it needs to get, someone suggested me getting a class action suit to find out why all this district money has been raised and nothing, my districts, they ignore it. This guy came down with the lawnmower the other day, and he went the other direction, didn't even cut mine, and I got a gate. And my gate's permanent, and I guarantee there's a lot of gates out here that aren't permanent. Now, the parking lot, Ron, we have ag, so we have cattle. We're up to 10 cattle. It's expensive, so like $1,000 a week to feed them. So we're feeding these animals, we got to take them to market. Ron moved all his stuff up because code enforcement has it all. We can keep it on our yard because it's used for our cattle. He had to move it out to get the cattle out of their pens, and that's a big ordeal because, you know, they don't want to go to the market. They know where they're going. So their little, our trailer we had to bring in. So all that stuff's been sitting out there. And Ron knows he's got to bring it back in, but now we just sold 2. He's going to try to take 2 more. So he just left it out there because it's a pain in the ass getting it in and out. You know, it's a short driveway. But we've been taking care of it. And like Ron says, when it's time for me to leave this house, I'll make sure there's money to pay for that road because it slowly went down. Each neighbor said, oh, can you do this part? So every time he had extra millings, you just throw them down because the district never took care of our road. And I was on the board for 12 years. And they did, you know, I couldn't bend anybody's leg to do anything for me. It was like, oh, Carol's trying to get special. And then just like you got that, you saw on the Facebook, the slander will never stop. They slander me for everything. We did this, we did that. We never did anything. You know what I mean? And so all we were doing was saving our neighbors and saving us. And think of all the times nobody had to grade that road anyway. They didn't, but if they had to, we saved the district money because nobody ever came down that road. And then with when Ron wanted that culvert underground, that's what he did all his life, the underground. He did the whole city of Sunrise. And so he knows how to do it. Well, our water was coming down the road and it was sitting in my culvert, smelling mosquitoes, the whole bit. So that's why I wanted to stay there. They called it when they permitted the driveway. It's not meant to be a driveway. That's what they named it, whoever did the permit. Ron didn't ask for a driveway, like a parking space. He just asked if he could fill it in, so we didn't have to deal with all that water. And now there's never, all the ones on my side never have holding water anywhere. It comes, it's on level where it goes down, and there's no problem at all with the water.
So what I'm trying to get to, Carol, can we get an understanding from you, because I think this is what staff is looking for, that there won't be obstructions in the culvert?
Oh, no, that's all coming back. Believe me,
Okay.
I don't want, that's my house.
I know.
I don't want that stuff
I know.
out there.
And then
The palm trees, those palm trees aren't in the easement. They're on my yard. They need to be trimmed up because they're hanging over my fence.
I don't think it's-
They're not in the swell, where the swell would be.
Are we talking about the palm trees that are at the side of the
There's
road?
palm trees on.
I think we're talking
Yeah.
at this one,
Yeah,
right here, right? There's another
different-
house with,
different
That's a
address.
different
yeah, it's right
Okay.
at the driveway.
Okay.
Those are on, actually,
And Ron can
on
pull all
the edge
those
of
out
the
for
road.
those people if that's a problem. He just thinks couldn't go in.
That letter says they don't care about
I
the
mean, one's got a
trees.
dead one across the street.
So how difficult would it be to just fill in the potholes and fix the road for now without having to redo all of it? I'm just trying to think of I think if we can get an acknowledgement that, you know, this should not happen, and let's find a resolution.
What it just was an accident that slowly went through the years of being neglected on my side, you know.
Through the chair. I'd like to get legal advice on this one, because I feel like there's some liability that we would need to worry about. with the condition of the road.
Well, let's just look at this little picture, and, you know, we, as the district, have responsibilities for our roads. And Jacobs, I mean, they went through and they wanted to make improvements to their property. However, they weren't done the way that they're supposed to be. And Burgess mentioned what are the different remedies that the district has. There is a statute, it's 298.66, it's in your backup, and it says that if you obstruct any of the works of the district, then the district has the right to go in and fix those improvements, and the person that did the work, they're responsible, and they could be responsible up to double the cost of doing the repairs. So that's what the situation we're looking at. Staff's being put in a difficult situation, and I think, you know, the Jacobs, they understand that this isn't the perfect way to handle it. So, but there is statutory authority that gives our district, our staff, the ability to try to correct this problem. And the problem is, I will say, Mr. Jacobs was the one that got the whole road, the whole district into millings.
Absolutely.
I think that's important. I don't want to take away anything from what the district staff has done, but he has been the one, and he was doing the call, and he brought a wonderful thing to this district.
Yes.
But there's a but here. We have to do it within the parameters. So that's where we are.
Yeah.
And look, we know Ron. Ron is stubborn and wants to do it his way, and we understand that, and he hasn't done it since 2019, so.
Yeah, through the chair, I mean, we can certainly repair, but I think one of the things that we'll need is, we'll make sure the road gets maintained from this point moving forward. Is so you don't need to keep millings on your swell. Yeah, no, I understand, but my point is, we'll make sure it gets taken care of. We'll figure out what the price is, whether it makes sense to just scarify it or, you know, just put in some potholes, because we have to return it to what the district design standards are set. So it's not that we're not picking on the Jacobs, it would be anybody. It just happens to be, we want to address this because, as you know, we did this a couple months ago with the one, there was a road along the canal that shouldn't have been there. So we're bringing this stuff back as we find it, so the board's aware and everything else. So Jason, Rob, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to it, but
Yeah, I'm just staff is looking for a directive. So I would recommend scarifying and compacting it, and then putting it on the grading list, like we did 82nd, and providing directive what you want done with the millings on top of, the swale.
yeah, because there is that
Well, those
issue, too.
millings need to be moved. So I would,
Well, just not the pile, there's actually
There's
millings.
millings where the truck is
there's
parked.
millings right on the
Yeah,
culvert?
if
Where
you
the truck
can-
is parked.
I can get it.
Yeah,
Oh.
You're using it, literally.
Oh, so you've actually turned that into a parking lot?
That's all been inspected by the district.
Oh.
In fact, Gene Schreiner, I think, was the one that inspected it. Everybody's come out and looked at it. And code enforcement's looked at it, and Palm Beach County's looked at it, and it all feels great.
Who was our
Water's going
district
great.
engineer in 2016, though? That wasn't Gene, wasn't it you, Jay?
That was Gene.
No, Gene was not in 2016, in November. He was a subcontractor, but he wasn't the district engineer.
Who was before Gene?
No,
Was it
2016,
Shalloway?
Shalloways.
2016 was Jay, because,
No, Shalloway's before Jay. Jay came down.
Scroll down next one.
Next one.
I don't know who did it.
Right there. So where that truck is where the swale would be, is where the underground pipe is.
Right, and
Right.
there's a catch basin in there too.
yeah. So we're not talking about the culvert or any of that, whatever, but the surface level, because
Yeah.
this board just denied,
Yeah.
someone not too long ago, and with everything that's potentially heading this way
Mhm.
with county, I just,
can we get an agreement, Carol, that he'll remove that, where the culvert section, where the swale normally would be? And the staff will deal with the rest of the road and an
Oh,
understanding.
He won't remove that culvert at
Huh?
all. He won't remove
I'm not saying remove the culvert,
Millings.
I'm saying remove the millings on top of there where the,
That was so that because there's pipe underneath there, and there's a catch basin. That was,
so it can't be grass?
well, you don't want it to be grass. And the thing is, there's no water problem over that at all. That's like the best solution that's ever happened. And see those trees you see hanging? They need to be cut. They're on the other side of the fence. They're just hanging over.
We're not concerned.
I'm not, yeah, I'm just, I'm,
I see, I see,
And like I
it
said,
looks like
that
an
equipment
abandoned
doesn't
car is
sit
parked there.
out there.
You have an abandoned car, a Mustang, is that what that is, parked there?
Yeah, that's going next week.
Okay, and then you have this dump truck, and then you have
The
this
dump truck, now
trailer.
that's been moved out to get my horse trailer, should be behind that dump truck. We had to take 2 cows to the market, we're gonna take a couple more to the market.
And why is it not, why is it that you can't sod that instead? You have the millings there?
Have the what?
You have millings there instead of sod, why is that?
That's how we did it.
so this permit says culvert parking lot, and then it says permittee is totally responsible for the maintenance of the swale area during construction until an inspection of the culvert installation and approval has been given. Nowhere does it say millings on top of that. So I'm just trying to come to a compromise, Carol,
I'm
where,
just wondering what the grass would do, I don't know, what the, what do you call it? I mean, because there's no problem there with the drainage.
okay, but I don't think that the millings, I think what staff is saying is that the millings were never permitted to be there. This permit does not prove that there was millings permitted to be there. So what I'm trying to come to a compromise and not make this a big legal issue, right? So, you know, if you could remove the millings that are on top of the culvert and put sod there, restore it back to sod. I'm not saying pull the culvert out, you got a permit for that, that much is clear. But, you know, the whole point is that the easements were never meant for obstructing parking equipment and that kind of stuff out there. And when people drive down the road and they see that, then other people are doing that. You can see, even in this picture, on the other side, we got a semi-tractor trailer parked on the easement.
Yeah.
And this is something that the county is going after.
They're
but
parked every night, so there's one.
I know, and it's a problem,
issue.
it's a problem with our roads, it's becoming a major problem throughout the district. So we can't treat people differently as far as that goes, that it's an obstruction, right?
Now, if I was to buy that property across the street from me,
Mm-hmm.
could I close that whole road off?
Well,
Right there?
that's,
No.
it's
You
an
got a
easy,
guy still with a shed that was, when I was on the board, he doesn't move that shed.
The guy off of
Half the
Seminole
road,
Pratt?
he's still over there.
yeah, but he didn't have an easement that went through there. When staff looked at it, legal opined that there was no easement there, so he was entitled to do what he did. But in this case, there is an easement that goes right to the canal and the canal bank. So all I'm trying to say, Carol, if we can come to an agreement that you would remove the asphalt off of the culvert area on top of, you know, and restore it to sod, and then we take over maintenance of that road and stay off of the road in terms of, you know, Ronnie's not allowed to do any more improvements or repairs. The district has to do it. If there's a problem, you guys call the district. And
If you go up one photo up, there's also a sign. We need
Yeah, I
that
saw
removed.
that.
I
Yeah.
put it
Private
there.
drive.
I know,
Private
I
drive.
know.
Yeah.
I found it and I put it there. Nobody comes down my road, but I got little kids, little
Yeah.
grandkids in my house. So that has to come up too.
Yeah,
Well,
because we don't put in,
you could put that on your driveway side,
Yeah, I know.
yeah.
just
But
not.
nobody comes down my
I
road.
was gonna say, you're the last lot, nobody should be really bothering you with the
Yeah.
traffic.
Yeah.
Nobody bothers us. Yeah, they know Ronnie lives there. They don't come near me.
Right?
Yeah,
So,
but we just, because of the permit, we make other people take those out.
I know.
so-
Oh, no, we'll take it out.
I don't want staff to have to do it. I'd much
I'll
rather.
take all that. In fact, we'll cut that guy's got a dead palm tree. Ronnie can yank that out. He can yank this other lady's palm tree out. You know, that's no problem.
Okay.
So make a motion.
And
I
then,
think there's only one more palm tree.
And then you also mentioned that your canal is caved in?
Majorly caved in.
Is-
It's been
is that-
caved in for years. And,
Okay.
We'll look at
staff's
that.
fixed it twice.
Okay.
And Ron tried to fix it once.
Is somebody driving on that culvert
No.
or on that
No.
canal?
It just, and it's all caved in where there's grass growing over it. It's a mess, and you can see it from, the grove, what is that?
Citrus Grove? Or no?
Citrus Grove. You can see it, like when you look over in the canal, I'm thinking, how's Main Trails missing this? Thank God it's not a major waterway.
Right.
Because it's just all messed up.
We'll look at it.
Okay.
It's really bad. That's what I mean. Nobody comes in my area to do any work, so.
Does that satisfy?
Yeah.
Do you think
I mean-
if we had an understanding, an agreement?
Just-
But
Do we have
in the
any
future, if anything
Because he
happens.
talked to Lonnie about those millings, because I don't know how far down where the canal, actually, I don't know where that pipe is. I don't know if grass is gonna make it sturdy over that pipe where the millings is. I don't
I can't
know.
imagine,
You're not be parking on it anyway.
I was like, you're parking, I don't know how.
He did,
how heavy that
that's not
truck
a parking
is.
space. Like I keep telling you, we moved all our equipment off our property to get our cows out. And that's a major deal, getting the cows out. I mean, major. And then put them in his truck, and he took them to market just last week. And so they still got sitting there because he's got to take a couple more.
Right,
So,
but if you've got, if
to
you.
move that stuff in and out is a pain in the butt.
I know, but if you're able to park a dump truck and that kind of equipment on there, then I think taking the millings out isn't gonna hurt
And put grass.
and
I
put
don't know, I
sod
think
there.
That's the only reason why it hasn't caved in.
You'd mentioned that somebody didn't come down and mow the property? Did you mention that?
Someone came down the road Monday, and they turned that way and went, they didn't even go down my side, they never did.
They went down the canal bank?
Yeah, the other.
Yeah,
way.
well, not only that, but
They can't
there's
get
no
there.
way they can access to mow your property.
No, the
anyway.
gate's open, you can open the gate.
Are they to mow your wait,
Yeah, I'm on the canal.
so who was coming to mow your property?
Maybe they thought it was a
Property
private drive.
Altogether?
No, she's talking
No,
about
but
along the canal
Indian
bank.
Trail
Oh.
came down,
Okay.
The canal crew went down there.
and they took the,
I
they
can-
took
To the chair, so I'll have staff look at the canal, I'll also get with the mowing staff, make sure that's looked at as well, make sure they mow that
They
easement.
might have seen it as there was too many blockades.
As far as the other neighbors of palm trees, we'll send them individual notices, I don't wanna put that on the
Are we allowed
Jacobs.
to pull them out for them?
You can if you like, but I wanna.
They have to
send
give
them-
you
Well,
permission.
they need to
yeah.
give permission.
I'm gonna send those
Okay.
homeowners
No, I
a
mean,
notice.
we'll
They
ask
need to
them.
give you permission to do so.
No, they will, they will. If they know they're gonna be in trouble for it, they will.
All right, well, and just.
Well,
so
just
you-
let us send the letters and then you can let them know, and then it's between you and them.
Yeah.
And just for clarification, staff can move forward with scarifying the road, gradient, compacting, and then putting on the routine grading list.
Yeah, and the pile of millings needs to go too, right?
Yeah.
And who will be removing that
See,
pile?
now, if he would,
Huh?
if it's.
Will you be removing the pile of millings?
Pardon me?
Will he be moving the pile of
He can
millings?
move it.
Okay, all right, and
Not in the
then,
road.
do we have how much time do you need? I know Ronnie's health is not,
He's on disability right now. I don't know.
I think we need to have a time
Because
frame.
he's going to the doctor twice a week, so it's like,
So can we give you 90 days, like,
Yeah, and he needs to figure out what, under that millings, I don't know. There's millings on top of it for a reason. And I don't know if the grass is gonna be sturdy enough, you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
I agree.
I think,
'Cause there's a catch basin and a drain.
If you're not parking there, it doesn't matter what's there.
Right.
And the drainage is perfect. We never had it, we always had a problem with the drainage.
okay, so, I would like to request that, staff, you work with legal and just have some sort of acknowledgement letter stated, and based on what we discussed in the agreement, in 90 days, and if you need an extension, then you can request that from staff for personal reasons, but it really needs to get done so that the
So
staff
you want
can.
him to take the millings off the pipe and grass it? That's what you're
Not, I'm not, so it looks like the millings is on top where the culvert pipe is.
Yeah.
So we're asking that be removed and replaced with sod like the normal swales are. I mean, you don't have to restore the swale, You just need to restore that area with sod, is what they're looking for. Okay, is that okay? Okay. So, if we could, I guess I'll make a motion that staff will work with legal on drafting a letter and send that out. And then, Ms. Jacobs, if you guys could sign that, and then if there's an issue, like I said, work with staff. If, you know.
Through the chair. I understand the 90 days, given everything, we'll work with you on that. As far as the road condition goes, since we do have open work orders on that, we'd like to proceed with that. Jacobs can move that on their timetable as far as restoring the swale area. But as far as the road goes, we'd like to get in there.
Oh, yeah, the road's
and,
really bad.
and
The holes
start
are
procedures
so
on
big.
that to
Okay.
restore it.
Yeah.
I just wish he was able to fill them before this happened.
Right.
He just hasn't been able to because of the rain and got bigger and bigger.
All right. So that's my motion.
And then adding that staff can start working on the road right away?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll second.
Yeah, because that's,
All in favor?
Aye.
aye.
Opposed? Do we have a policy going forward or any type of, I mean, if this happens again with the taking it into your own hands?
Well, yeah, there's state statute
Yeah.
about, you
I mean,
know,
can it-
obstructions
Or
and,
easements
and working in
Yeah.
easements without
I mean, has
permits.
it been given like a
Yeah.
formal legal
That's
warning
what
not to do it
they're
again?
gonna do. Yeah, that's what.
Well,
That's
I
the
think that's what we're
directive.
trying to do
Yeah.
with this. We, in this letter, we can just have them just acknowledge that there's
There's
no
your warning,
obstructions
happens
and that they're
again.
going to work with the district to do these particular items.
And the only reason why I'm taking the position that I am on this is because we've known about this since basically 2016 and have done nothing about it. So that doesn't make it okay, right? But the culvert was permitted, and anyway, we've known about this. And so, you know, I think the last time that it was brought up, it was the same issue, and nothing was done about it. And I think the admonishment at that time, you know, the cease and desist worked because it hasn't happened. But if it were a situation like some of them that we have, where they keep going and doing the same thing over and again, I think that's where, you know, we have to have zero tolerance and assert what legal rights we have to recover costs in that. And I would take the same position in this situation if that were the case, where I know somebody's doing something, knowing full well that they're not allowed to do it,
And been told.
and been told that by the board, you know?
But they have been, this street and this issue has been brought up to them previously?
What I'm saying to you is that it was brought up by the board, and staff was directed then to deal with it, and nothing happened since then, so.
When was that brought up to?
2018,
2018 says we.
pretty
There's a
sure, or
different
2017.
staff.
When were you
There's
district
different staff.
manager?
About then.
It was around then, right? 2017? There was a lot of things going on in that period of time, because we fired Jim Shulman, and then we hired Rob, and it was towards the end of Miss Jacobs. Were you off the board already?
I couldn't get
I think
off
it was
fast
like,
enough.
yeah.
The district was a mess back then, it was a major mess.
It was
We had
within,
things going on everywhere.
and it was within a couple of months after you were off that it was brought to our attention.
I think a year.
Okay.
A year ago.
All right, so yeah, my recollection was 2018. So, and he's not doing it anymore, he's being a good boy.
No, no,
Okay.
oh, yeah. Yeah, and then the one street that he did the thing, the people bought it all Ron did was went and spread it for him.
Right.
And the next thing you know, and I said, Ron, you really can't be doing willy-nilly shit everywhere. But for years, we went with nothing, nobody doing anything, we still really not doing anything in our area. Our area's neglected.
All right, well, we're not gonna neglect it.
I mean, I don't get out of the house much, because my niece, but when I do, I'm like, what's going on here? This place is, like that light is broken over at that thing in front of Mike Erickson's house.
On 140th,
Oh, and the canal water, did you see any of the pictures? They're dumping their canal water, the city water, into that catch basin over there by, the elementary school. It's like, I thought we were gonna put a stop to that years ago.
who's dumping?
The city, to get their water, because not everybody's hooked up to water.
City of West Palm?
Or Royal Palm Beach.
Palm Beach County is
Palm Beach
water.
County.
It's a water main, it's a bleeder valve.
It's a dead end over there, so they have a pressure relief
That's
on
right.
it, so it doesn't stagnate.
And it's dumping where? Into our
The
canal?
one across the street from that elementary school, years ago. And they did it before, and we caught them on it, and we turned them in, because I was the detective back then.
There's a
And we
catch
turned them in, and they stopped.
Thanks.
They're doing it again, and they're putting their city water into
Is
our.
that permitted,
That's
Jay?
going into our canals.
Is the county allowed to be draining into?
They're not supposed to. So they're, to get their water level up, or whatever, you know, they're dumping into our canals.
Is it a flushing?
Those are our canals.
They need a permit to do that.
Yeah, look at their good poles, look and everything.
But where is it in the canal?
You know where
Can we
Pierce
move on?
Is that Pierce Hammer?
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah, Pierce Hammer. It's right in front of it, where all those cows are. And
Yeah, no,
they got that going into the wood.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that is, I know who she's talking about.
All right, we're on-
Vila.
I think you were still on the board.
No.
Can we just move on,
We need
please?
to move on.
Carol, please take a seat.
Do you want to take that picture?
Yeah. That's
Did
the
you have
Vila
something else?
property, I think.
No,
All right, 7.4, letter to property owners along the 185-foot wide district property from 60th Street North to Persimmon Boulevard. Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, all right, sorry. Yeah, so, just quickly, a few months ago, I came to the board to let you know that we were performing a survey along what's commonly referred to as the FPL transmission line between Persimmon and 60th, and we knew that there were obstructions and other things on there, but as we did it, we found that there are a lot more structures, storage boxes or Connex boxes, whatever you want to call them, heavy equipment, vehicles, cows, horses, like little run-in type of structures, like little barns, and probably a myriad of other things that I'm skipping here. So I am getting ready to send a letter, but I know what will happen once we send this letter.
Everybody's gonna be screaming.
Everyone's going to be screaming. However, it is a liability to this district because we are owners of that. Part of the reason why we did this is preparing, because we have the equestrian trail committee looking at things. This is one of the areas that we've identified in the mobility plan for some type of recreational trail, multi-purpose trail. So as we're getting into the years of grants and other funding sources, we want to have this ready to go. So once we do this, our next objective will be to start fencing it in and then eventually putting gates at every intersection or every roadway that bisects it. And then at that point, whenever the board decides what they want to do, we'll also go in and we're going to clear cut any invasive species, start maintaining it. But then we'll consider it to be like a park. So Parks and Recreation will be responsible for going and opening and closing the gates.
Okay.
So, because we will not want anyone going in there because after hours or anything else. Yep.
And I was talking with Charlie Scheck in our office and today and about this, and he said that we actually did something like this about 20 years ago when John Bondi was here, and that they did it like near 120th and Persimmon. So anyway.
20 years ago.
Yeah.
Did you say 120 years ago?
Anyway.
I vaguely remember the conversation when we were discussing some other FP&L easements
And-
530th.
Yes,
Yep.
and so this was done, and I think we have some, precedent to do it, certainly, and I think we've got some backup to assist the district.
Well, I don't think we need precedent, I mean,
Well, no,
we
it's
own the
fine.
land.
Right, no, it does,
And
but
this isn't
we've
even
got-
an easement, we own it.
This district owns that right away.
Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna tell you, somebody was telling me on the weekend that someone was telling them that they have an agreement with FPL to use that land, and they have actually a barn built there and all kinds of stuff. I don't know what the exact property was, but this person was asking me about the property.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, there's other parts of the district where someone may own under that, but this section here, we have.
No, it was in that area, so,
Yeah.
but there's no way that FPL, through their easement, could be issuing a or any kind of agreement to anyone, because we own the property.
It would be, I don't know how that could happen.
Okay, I just want to be clear on
Just
that.
based
So
on
if
the
anybody
facts
else
that I
hears the
know.
same story, you know.
Just, that's based on the information that I've been, providing.
Yeah. And we know where there's one section where we believe one property owner owns one side and the other side, and they're using it as one big property, doesn't matter. And I forget the statute, Mary, now, but they cannot lay claim to government.
Oh,
does-
it's, the, adverse possession, you cannot claim title through adverse possession of government. So
Right.
even if they've been using it for a long period of time, it's not viable.
Yep. So, and again, as we move forward with this, I know what will happen, but we are slowly or not slowly, we are systematically going through and reclaiming what's ours and for liability reasons. So,
Okay.
that's it.
I'll make a motion to go ahead and send the letters out to the landowners to remove any obstructions, alive or not, from the property.
Thank you.
And you say as soon as possible.
Well, the letter is attached in the backup, so we're approving
Third.
that letter.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay.
30 days.
Yep.
And if somebody comes to us and says they need a few more, we've always been understanding of that to a limited, to a certain degree, to a
Yeah, it's one thing to
reasonable
move a
degree.
cow, it's another thing to move a shed or a Connex box.
Do we need to have the Florida statute in that letter?
About no
Or-
obstructions? Or
No,
about
our ability to charge up to 2 times the amount?
That's 298.66,
Yeah.
and we actually had it in this backup right here for the prior agenda item.
Yeah, and.
I know, but
I
it's
may
not
have-
in this,
I
it's not
understand.
referred to in the letter, so I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
I believe I may have uploaded the wrong one because Frank went back through it and I probably put up my original draft and not the legal review, so I
Okay.
apologize. That was me trying to
So
hurry.
we will have I just
Yeah.
think that it's
Yep.
important for people to know,
Yeah.
if we do it, we're charging you up to 2 times the amount to do it.
Yeah.
They need to know that,
Yep.
because then they're willfully ignoring and obstructing.
I second the motion.
I think I already did, but.
Any public comment on items?
But just for the record, there's also a provision that if they do continue to obstruct, there's a criminal penalty that specifically says that any person who willfully or otherwise obstructs any public canal, drain, ditch, or water course, impedes or obstructs the flow of water, or damages or destroys any public drainage works constructed in or maintained by any district, commits a felony of the 3rd degree, punishable as provided by 775.
So does this fall within that?
Good.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Any public comment? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Aye. 7.5, discuss surplus of unsuitable materials.
Yeah, so just quickly, Mr. Robinson will be doing this, but this is only regarding Unit 20 and with what we're doing out there, because there's some very expensive costs because of the location and debris removal that we've had some of the landowners out there request that they'd like to have it. I've had some trepidation about it. I think legal also has, but discussions with Mr. Robinson and with Mr. Lester actually feel a little bit better about that, but it's really the board's decision on what you want to do regarding that. So, Mr. Robinson?
Good evening. Also, one other item on the previous agenda, that section of land under the power lines, that's been fully surveyed.
It has. And has the title search been done?
It's been fully surveyed. I think we're still waiting on them to cap everything up, but it has been surveyed.
Yeah, the survey is complete. All the field pins have been installed. We've actually put yellow reflective object markers out there, so it's clearly delineated where the 185-foot property is. And we do have yellow pad, so we have everything that's needed to send out the letter. But it shows all the obstructions, whether it's a pool or a barn.
When you say a survey, is it a legal survey?
Yes.
It's a registered
Okay.
survey, boundary
Yeah,
survey.
All right.
absolutely. And I had talked about that a couple meetings
Yeah.
ago, the level of detail.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
And can I just verify with Mr. Palin in our office if we have the title search or whatever? Do we have?
I don't believe we did a title search, so I don't think we need to, but if legal wants to do one, feel free. And I'll hold off on sending the letter till you feel
Do you mind, I
comfortable.
think it would just
Yeah.
be prudent, we can just get a title search, it doesn't have
Sure.
to be a
No
policy.
problem. So I will send that once we have it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Actually, for the record, I will send it after the holidays because I'm not gonna send that letter during the holidays and try to make people meet
So the
30
new year?
days. Yeah, so we'll
Okay.
send it sometime in the new
Fair
year.
enough.
The
So
title
that'll
is-
give us certainly enough time to
Yeah,
make sure
that's
everything's
fair.
in order.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're coming up.
Yeah, 'cause I
Especially for
don't
this,
wanna do
Yeah.
whoever the landowner that was saying that they're entitled to, they have title to this through FPL, that will show whatever it
Yep.
Perfect.
Yep.
Okay.
is. And that, I think, actually will protect staff too.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that, so.
Okay, moving right along. With the clearing operations and demucking that's going to be going on, we have a surplus of material that we have absolutely no use for. It has no structural value. A lot of it we're grinding on site, and it's providing a big mulch pile. The last pile that we had to get ground and removed cost in excess of $100,000 to have it ground and removed. We all know there's limited budget available out there, and staff has stopped daily asking us, what are we going to do with that? What are we going to do with that? We've been working to an agreement with legal and everything, and with Mr. Hanson here on a remedy. At one point in time, we had talked with legal about surplusing different materials throughout the district. I believe that this would be a very good cost-effective measure to not have to haul that material out. And as I said in here, there's no structural value to it. It's muck, it's twigs, it's grass. We can't really use it anywhere except for maybe a little bit of top covering on sod, and we have plenty of muck to go around. Right now, we're stockpiling it, and we would like the board's direction to come up with a limited construction easement, temporary construction easement, so we can place the material in a specified location close to where we're being worked. So the idea is if we have spoils left over from a canal, it would be the right of first refusal to the property owners whose we're digging the canal out. So if they want it, we'll leave it up there and they can remove it. We'll give them a certain time to get it out of there. If it is not within a direct property, or the property owner who it's congruent with does not want it, it's going to be first come, first served. via an email notification, so we can have an ongoing list of who's requesting this. So we'd like to get board direction and move forward with legal, so we can start working on this process.
Madam Chair, can I just make one, just clarification? We knew if we're claiming this is surplus property, we have to be careful how we do it, because there's certain statutes dealing with the declaration of surplus property. So I know Mr. Palin was going to look at that, and when we had initial discussions on it. And then also, I do have to caution the board, because with the use of our spoils, sometimes we've had individual landowners coming in and asking for the spoils in front, and you may be opening up issues with that, because the district has utilized spoil in a memo that was written actually a few years ago, we're not going to say how long, that provided that if it was spoil was used within the district, it doesn't have to be in that unit, but within the district for that purpose, and they were using it, that we had the right to use it. And this, I mean, I know you have an issue with Unit 20, but I think we have to be careful with that particular issue. So we need to make sure we properly declare it as surplus and work with staff to try to see how we can get around that other issue.
Mary, I thought that the requirement was that it had to be used in that unit.
No.
Because we had this discussion.
I know, I have the memo right here.
About 60th Street and the material coming from there that was paid for, maybe that's slightly different because it was paid for by that unit.
Right.
So.
No, I have the memo right here. I remember the day it was written.
Yeah, what's the big, it's the unsuitable, right?
It's the unsuitable
That's the
material.
main
Any
thing we gotta
spoils
focus-
that
so you
we
focus on
deem
that.
are
Focus,
structural,
right.
and we will need to balance the rest of the site, we would not be releasing this. This is, it's the
Yeah.
duck poop and twigs that comes out of the canals, and I'm putting it nicely.
No,
That would be excellent for
People want it.
landscaping materials,
Oh,
for
I
all
know,
the
I agree.
nurseries out there. And as Mr. Hanson had pointed out, we would get a indemnification from the people that would be requesting the material, along with the construction, temporary construction easement that I had referenced earlier also. We would not be going onto any real property. We would not be trucking, loading, hauling, anything. It's, here it is, come get it.
Right.
And come get it quick, because somebody else will, you don't, so.
Just to be clear, that indemnification for me is about the future, because what if 20 years from now, the EPA or DEP say, oh, well, parts per million change, and that's why I have some concern, and I've expressed that to the engineer, legal, and to Mr. Robinson, because unfortunately, I tell you, a lot of experience, but I've actually had an experience where that was done a long time ago, not here, in another place, and nobody signed anything. It was like a handshake deal. And
No
then
good.
eventually, oh, somebody bought the property. Well, all this fills in here, and it's potentially polluted according to Florida DEP and Broward County. So, and doesn't matter because there was nothing there to protect. So
Right.
that's why I have some concerns.
So that's what we're saying. I think we're still looking at that.
Yes. Yep.
As to some of these issues and the liabilities, because there are,
Through the chair.
I mean, it sounds like a simple answer, but it's got
Right.
implications.
So we had this conversation about the liability and the possibility of contaminants, and my opinion on it is, if that is contaminated, all of Santa Rosa Groves is contaminated. And by leaving it in Santa Rosa Groves and not moving it out anywhere else, it's not going to change the fact that Santa Rosa Groves is contaminated. So
But this is potential. This is not that
They're
they're.
not
yeah,
saying
let's-
that.
Right,
let's
exactly.
make that very
But,
clear.
yeah,
There's
Someone just
potential.
tuned into the
But,
meeting.
yeah. So, but the concern is contamination. So if, in fact, it is, it's staying within the area where it came from. So if, what I'm saying is, if that's contaminated, then the whole place is contaminated. So it seems to be less of an issue. something easier to address. And like Mr. Robinson said, it was well over $100,000 to haul those branches out of there, and we are nowhere near complete with the canal clearing.
It's about 1/4.
We are gonna run out of money before we get to the roads if we keep going the way we're going. And I'm sure you remember, I sat here a few years ago and I said, 3 million is not gonna be enough, we need to get 5. We couldn't make it happen, I totally understand it. The dollars were a lot for the residents also, so we had to make that compromise. So we're trying now, anywhere we can, to save so we can get the most bang for our buck, so to speak, and the most infrastructure improvements that we possibly can before we end up running out of money.
Just through the chair, because I just want to address that. You know, even if it is, we're now saying, here, place this contaminated 10 years from now.
But you're
and
still
a new
gonna do
property-
the letter.
My point is, a new property owner said, well, the district did that, make them clean it up, you need to pay for it. That's why I want to, if we do this, it
The
needs to
letter,
be very
yep.
clear that they're signing something that says.
That
they're-
owner's taking the
Yeah,
responsibility of it.
And there's nothing.
Through the chair. All the landowners that I spoke to that want it have no problem with that.
Yeah.
They're, like Rob said, they're begging for it. They're calling me all the time, well, can I get that, can I get that? I said, well, we have to figure that all out.
And 80% of it would come from their real property located within the easement.
Right.
So it's not leaving, technically not leaving the property.
Right.
So, I have a couple questions, because what you have here says disposal will be right of first refusal for congruent properties, then first come, first served basis closest to the area excavated. An email or text to staff will serve as date and time stamp, and a temporary construction easement will be filed for any Unit 20 resident wanting to receive. So, and then it says the property owner must fill out an indemnification and hold harmless form covering the district from any current or future issues regarding any material that may be provided as access. The material will be placed at a specified location on the nearest easement with no other machine work expected or authorized to enter onto any private property. So what is the temporary construction easement for then?
It allows them to come into the easement where we're working.
Who's them?
The landowner.
I'm sorry?
The property owner that is requesting the material.
So if
to
it's,
come
if it's
onto
somebody's
the
name, if
easement.
it's Elizabeth, she could go on one of the other property owners? That's what that easement would be for?
the temporary construction easement, yes.
Okay, so we just need to make sure that that construction easement specifically lists that it could be any of the landowners or the people that they hire to be able to do that, and that we're not responsible for them. But I agree with what Burgess is saying, and I agree with what you're saying. That's something that we always talked about with Santa Rosa Groves, was that, look, there's lots of need there for people to, build up their properties or fill in certain areas. So, definitely there's going to be lots of people that want it. But we need to make sure that, I'm a little concerned about a text or an email to staff and a timestamp. We need to make sure that it's very clear we make no representations or warranties, but we also need to have a log. And I specifically say that because, Mary, you will remember not too long ago, and now I say that, not too long ago was like 4 years ago.
Got it.
We received a letter regarding somebody who claimed that they received contaminated soil from the excavation of the M1 canal, or the was it the M1? I think it was the M1 25 years ago, okay?
I recall that, yes.
So, and they wanted all our documentation. So you're not going to want to be going through text messages to find this. This should not be going through Elizabeth either. It needs to be going to staff.
Through the district.
And you need to be keeping a very clear record of who, when, and how much was taken every single time. So as long as you're okay with doing that, because I just know from what's happened, anybody can come back and accuse us, and it's our word against theirs unless we've got something documented showing it. And it's not, well, I signed something on, October 1st, and this that I'm talking about that I got wasn't until, March or April the next year, so this doesn't count. Do you see what I'm saying? So you need to have it every single time. Otherwise, I think that it creates some liability. But again, that's something to talk to legal about, how best to make sure that you log it, document it. I don't think a text message is appropriate, or even an email for that matter. I think we need to have signed logs.
And also, if it's actually a temporary construction easement or a permit or whatever, but we can work on the details.
Yeah.
Can I make a motion to have staff and our attorneys work on the letter and the actual process of how this could work, including the logging?
To bring it back to the board for approval?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to hold up staff either, so.
So once
I
they
am
get that
fine
done,
if-
let them fly.
I'm fine with giving direction to staff and legal to make sure that they work it out and that they've
Before-
covered those things. So it's subject to legal review and agreement.
Okay,
you
so,
know.
right, okay.
So.
Yep.
If we can quantify the estimated yardage, banked yardage that's up there, so when they are requesting it, we'll say on this time of date, there's approximately 200 yards of this material located on the eastern portion of the easement north of Padu.
And I think we'll see a lot of landowners wanting their own. So like Mr. Robinson said, it's coming from their own property. It's not being moved from a different lot.
And we need to make sure that those landowners that say they want it left there, that you get documentation acknowledging that they want it left there.
Yes.
That they want it left there, or if it is in the easement, because we're not going to be moving this material onto real property, that they have a time certain that it will be removed.
And not
Or
cause
it
any
will go
damage
to
when they do so.
the next person, so, yes, signed letters are good, but, we do log and chart all of our emails. If there was a CC customer service on that, so there is a data log here for perpetuity on that as well.
Personally, I would start a separate email specifically for that or something. I wouldn't have it combined with something else, but that's just me.
Through the chair, we could actually, Mr. Nelson can make an email address like debris at SRG.
SRG debris.
SRG debris at
There you go.
indiantrail.com, yeah.
Yeah, we can have a specific, standalone for that.
And there are certain people that get access to that, so we're
So
sure it
second.
gets logged.
Any public comment?
Public comment?
No, Steve, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oh, I've been writing 5-0.
Oh, yeah.
Keep
that's
going.
4. Sorry, Keith. He's still with us in spirit.
Through the chair, just out of courtesy for Mr. Lester, because he's waiting here to discuss the consent agenda, item 912, and Kenny's got to be here for a couple of items so he can go home. Can we just address, can he at least address a question?
Yeah.
So you don't have to approve the agenda, but.
Yeah, that's fine.
So my question was, why are we doing a month-to-month lease extension? Where are we at on our hours, and have we exceeded any of that, or will we exceed any of that?
If you, hold on a second,
What
which
agenda
item
item?
was it?
9.12.
I assume that's the grader.
The grader, yes.
Yes.
For the 710.
It's
So we-
710.
The district has placed an order for the 3 John Deere graders. They're tentatively going to be delivered the first week of December. We are leasing a cat grader that we have now. We're extending that lease. It was supposed to be returned October 17th, I believe, was the return date. So instead of returning it and then renting a grader for $9,000 a month, we were able to extend that lease month to month and pay them approximately $3,000. So we're saving $6,000 a month just by extending the lease month to month. Whenever the 3 new graders come in, we'll terminate that month to month, it'll go back to CAT.
Okay, and then the hours on it, we won't be exceeding any of that on the lease?
No, it's prorated, so it's extended because we're set up for 2,000 hours a year, which we have not exceeded. So each additional month is prorated based on that.
That's all I wanted to know. So I'll make a motion to approve. We moved it to 7.10, so approve the equipment MG 21 grader month-to-month lease extension contract.
I'll second.
Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
4-0. All right.
Thank
What
you for
was
that. Sorry, Kenny. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Thank you.
All right, 7.6, discussion, county DRO update with the district engineer.
As you know, the county has finally allowed us to be on the DRO to look at new developments in and around Indian Trail that would affect us. This is not a review of city projects like Palm Beach Gardens. Burgess will talk about that in a second to add an item, but just as an update, we're not issuing a special permit. This is no action required. This is an update item. I have reviewed over 30 projects that were not in the district on the last month, actually 2 months. Most of them are Jupiter or East of US 1 or Boca, that type of thing, but you still have to look at them to see if they're in our area. The county's having a lot of difficulty adding us to the electronic comment system because it was all internal to government that was there, not external. So
Don't they have Lake Worth drainage?
they do, but they were in the system differently. So they've now added a new system, and we're not active to be able to comment directly into the electronic system. So we've been doing it by email so far. There are 2 projects, DROs, and if you pull up the first one, you heard about this one before. This is Seminole Pratt Whitney Road on the left and North Lake Boulevard on the north to the top. It's a gas station. They had claimed in the application that the dashed area to the right, which will become a county detention area, which will then be turned over to us after construction of North Lake Boulevard years away. The applicant had claimed that that was an outfall into an Indian Trail canal. The comment went back to them saying, well, you can wait till it is Indian Trail years down the road, or you can get the county to allow you to discharge now. However, you still have to meet equal compensating storage. This site, as you can see, is completely covered. There is no way to meet equal compensating storage. So those comments went to the applicant about a month ago. They have not resubmitted in the last month. So they have apparently either realized that this is going to be a little tougher than they thought, or they're trying to figure out how to do it.
For the record, I met with this applicant, if it's the same applicant, probably, but sometime in the past year, and closer to a year than present day. That property is not 10 acres. And the feedback that I gave them was no connection to our road. It looks like they did not purchase the property that is to the south of them. That one is just the one on the corner.
Right.
But there's a property to the south of them that they were looking at buying as well, that would have given them a connection to our little road right there. But that's not on here, doesn't look like it. And the other thing is, the acreage neighborhood plan says no fueling stations. You know, a car wash is something that I think people will like, but, you know, we have all these gas stations and that we've had no control over, but this is the first one that is actually within the district, and we're on Welsh. How many gas stations do we need in this area? The developers think one on every major intersection in both corners is ideal.
Supposed to go to EV.
Yeah. So I did give that feedback to them, and I did tell them that they had to talk to you regarding equal compensating storage, because that can take up quite a bit of land in what you're doing. I also think that based on our mobility plan or economics planning that we did, that, you know, I think people would welcome a farm-to-table type situation over a convenience store and a, you know, fast food restaurant, and it looks like this is a fast food drive-through. So, you know, I'm just sharing all that information with you guys. I did pass that on. I did tell them those things, but it looks like they're moving forward with something completely different. Now, this developer has been involved in some others in Jupiter. Trying to think, there's one on Military Trail that they pointed out. What we would want in our area is entirely different what they've got there, because there's no landscape buffering, nothing. We would want a lot more, and I told them that as well. So anyway.
Okay, and that one has not come back to the DRO, so it's, the comments stand as they were submitted a month ago. The one that just came in, if you'll go to the next one, Scarlett.
Okay.
It's the Muslim Community Center. It is on Seminole Pratt Whitney Road at 62nd on the west side of Seminole Pratt and on the north side of 62nd. It's a 5,000 square foot community center and a 4,000 square foot worship hall. So the original site plan had the entrance onto Seminole Pratt Whitney Road. However, the county requires you to have access off of a lesser road if available. The lesser road in terms of traffic is 62nd.
Can we adopt a policy that if there's a county road available, then they should be on a county road? I mean, really, who is the county to say that it has to be on our roads when they don't even pay for them? We've objected, by the way, to other churches on that basis very recently. What street was that, 130th?
Tangerine. So I won't answer that question. I believe that they would trump us in any proceeding, but that's not really an engineering question. The site as submitted shows two real small, and I was on a conference call with the county today discussing this, what comments they're going to send back to the applicant. Two very, very small detention areas. You can see one on the northwest corner and one on the southwest corner. They're right. They're very small, and the county has also made this comment that it doesn't even meet their requirements. So equal compensating storage isn't even close. The other comments that are relevant to Indian Trail is you'll see that the road, because of meeting county requirements on 62nd, would be constructed north of the center line, not in the center line. To do that, they're going to put a curb and gutter there, and it would be an asphalt sidewalk. The county requires an asphalt sidewalk. I have said as a comment that Indian Trail would require paving all the way to the west property line. So the 11 property owners that are accessing this roadway would have a paved road for at least the distance to the west property line. Anything else on this one? The county told me today they have about 80 comments on this to meet county criteria, so this one's a long way from a review and approval, but this will be their first set of comments
Can we be
this year.
adding to it? Like, we don't want a connection on our road? If the county wants to approve it, then it should be on the county road.
They have, I think it's, the ULDC doesn't, it specifically calls it has to be this way. We can say that, but I don't know that we would win that argument.
Huh? I'm fine saying it. And not for nothing, the ULDC also does not allow this kind of stuff in a residential area. How many churches do we need in our area anyway? Apparently, they think we need a lot of God.
You must be looking at Acres Speaks. No offense. I'm teasing.
No, but seriously, we, every single time there's a connection to our roads for this kind of stuff, we have objected to it. So
Right.
now that we're part of this process, we can still object to it, right?
Yes, the comments that I made were not that, but the entrance onto 62nd, there is not a median cut on Seminole Pratt. So in order to go north coming out of this site, they'll have to go to 61st and make a U-turn and go north. If they're coming from the south and wanting to get to the site, they have to go to 63rd, make a U-turn and come back.
In the curve.
It will cause a traffic mess when the services or the community center lets out. But
If there's
it
a
won't
curb,
meet.
is there a gutter too? So we're required to maintain that, and then we have the same issues that we inherited when we had to take over Persimmon and Royal
Right.
Palm, yeah.
Yes, that was part of my comments, that Indian Trail will have to maintain this, so I forced them to go, no, I didn't force them. My comment was, we don't accept concrete sidewalks, and the board would have to decide whether they would accept the type F curb. And I don't have a particular problem with it, but it would be a maintenance issue if the curb ever had a problem.
Well, yeah, because what happens is it fills up in that gutter, and then we don't have the ability to clean it without hiring someone to come in
Or
and
rent
suck it
the
out.
equipment.
Yeah.
Well, it's not an inlet now. This
Huh?
is a curb, this is a gutter, it's not an inlet. It's
There's
not
no
pipe.
inlet on that? Just a curb?
A curb, and it'll be sloped to the south. The south swell will be larger than our normal swell.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't have that same issue.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The only other issue that was brought up today that I think I should mention is they do have water service, but they don't have wastewater service, so septic tank might be a problem, but that's not an Indian Trail issue. Health Department may have a hard time issuing that permit.
C'est dommage.
And that's it for this item? Or is you going to take the,
Well,
unless
I
there's
was-
questions?
Yeah.
No.
Do we agree to tell them that we don't want the connection on a residential road? Does everybody agree on that?
I'll make the comment.
Well, my next one's a separate item, so if you're ready to move on.
Yeah.
Through the president then. So, not only because we sit on the DRO now, but the one thing I need to really stress is those of you who are assigned to cover other municipalities or other governmental jurisdictions, you really need to start paying attention and watching, just not looking at the agenda, but paying specific attention to what city managers or planning directors or, of course, the governing bodies are. But I don't think we have anyone right now covering Wellington, West Palm Beach Gardens. I know we have Loxahatchee Groves and Westlake. And while we've kind of been from a staff level covering those, it's getting a little too difficult, a little too time consuming. We also have the Sluggets, covering it, but, we may miss things. So what I'm asking for is that we create a section similar to like you have regular agenda, and the consent agenda, that we have something that's specific for each of the board members or for staff that are covering different jurisdictions to actually give updates about what's going on, because there's going to be a lot of movement happening, I think, over the next year could be impacting us just beyond county. So that's what I'm asking for. It's board policy. We talk about it at the end under supervisor comments or under my comments, but sometimes that's at 11 o'clock at night and we're, not at full energy levels, and I'm just really concerned that we may miss something, so.
So do you need us to take on some more of the city stuff? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I
So you
think-
want us to
Yeah.
add to, so I'll say I would cover Wellington.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we really need to start paying attention to Palm Beach Gardens.
Yes. I will attest to that from a conversation I had today.
Yep. And those are the types of things where they can be brought up and we don't forget about them because try to prepare, but I think also West Palm Beach. I really think we need to start paying really close attention from what we just went through this past couple weeks, because they are looking for water and other things, and we need to start being a little more attentive to them. And
So-
we have been following them, but again, it gets.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Especially Loxahatchee Grove's meetings, which go much longer than ours do, and it's really hard to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So does it make sense to try to do it geographically? Like, I don't care. I could do Gardens, I could do Wellington, is there any?
I could do Palm Beach Gardens.
Okay. And so I'll do Wellington and.
You're doing Westlake already, aren't you?
Yeah.
Their meetings are usually.
Who's doing Sid? Are you looking at Sid too?
No, I don't think anybody's really, we kind of watch it, but we don't always.
All right, well, I would like to make a motion to add this new section to the agenda.
A second.
Who's gonna do West Palm Beach? You're gonna do Wellington?
I'll do Wellington.
Most of these, a lot of these have Zoom, right, capabilities?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And you don't necessarily have to
And
watch
Royal
them
Palm.
live, but,
Just follow.
you definitely want to follow them, but it might not be on the agenda, so don't trust what's on the agenda. 'Cause
Right.
it can come up under a city manager's report, and they can take action on that.
Right.
Depending on what it is.
Same like we do.
Which one did you say?
I'll do Wellington.
So we need Wellington,
We need
Palm Beach Gardens,
Patty will do that.
Royal
Palm.
Palm Beach, and West Palm Beach.
And Lux Grove.
Well, I already do
Betty,
Lux
Oh,
Grove.
yeah.
yeah, I'm sorry.
I'll do West Palm.
Yeah.
And then I'll let Keith continue going up to Treasure
Stick at the
Coast.
bottom.
I'll bail on I
Well,
shouldn't say bail.
Keith does Western Communities Council, but
He likes going up there to Treasure Coast anyway. He goes anyway, even when I'm there, he's going anyway, so I don't mind, becoming the alternate for that, doing the switch. And then this way I could cover West Palm also. I'm fine with
yeah.
that.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So, yeah, of course, Royal Palm. Michael, did you say you were doing Royal Palm?
Isabel's supposed to go on maternity leave, so she can cover that one.
There you go. Put her to work.
Yeah.
That's it,
I think we just saw a
exactly.
hand raise on Zoom.
Oh, okay, so I'm gonna.
Actually, I don't know if it was a hand raise.
we also have the various county meetings.
Yeah, and we're trying to
Yeah,
cover that.
I've been
Yeah.
paying
Well,
attention, so.
And I always am keeping an eye on things, but not for nothing. It's really hard to actually have a job and
Mhm.
accomplish anything and stay on top of all this stuff, prepare for it, because you gotta read the agenda, you gotta read the backup,
and then there's like life on top of that, so.
I know.
And I've done it for
I
a
s-
long time, since 2012, and it gets old after about, well, now.
Yeah.
11
Yeah.
years.
And I apologize, I hate doing this, but I just think if
We
you
gotta
can
pay
stay on
attention.
top of this, 'cause especially going into the legislative session.
Yeah, I streamed YouTube yesterday for the county.
Yeah.
What they called on Joy.
All day, I had it in the car, driving home,
Mhm.
then got home, put it on my TV. Oh my God.
Someone would get up and speak, and
I-
it was dinner. We watched it while we ate
We're
dinner.
lucky.
Yeah.
Huh?
We watched it while we ate dinner.
Yeah, I'm still sore from sitting there on the chair. 'cause
Yeah.
Yeah, you
it
guys
was
had
so
brutal,
uncomfortable.
yeah.
You enjoy Foy?
And they wouldn't
Did we
let me
vote?
stand for.
No,
No, we
Was
didn't,
there a
we
second?
didn't vote. Yeah,
Yeah,
Patty
Joey Foy.
second.
Any public comment on,
No.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Laura.
Through the chair, when
Yes.
y'all had mentioned SID coverage, is anyone
Well,
gonna do
the
that?
reason why I was asking about that, because if Patty is doing Westlake, Sid kind of goes hand in hand with it. Not that, you know.
I'll tempt it.
And that one, I think you have to cover by, they either do audio or phone, they
I
don't
think
even
you
do
call in.
Zoom.
I think you just call in.
Are they,
But I don't,
Volunteer
but
Kate,
I
isn't
don't
it?
tell
are they
my
having
Yeah.
meetings in person?
I am not sure.
I don't
Aren't they
know.
required to by law?
They used, yeah, I think there's
And
during
they-
COVID.
Well, they
years
have
They
ago.
used to have
That
it
was
in
during
Coconut
COVID.
Grove or something like that, somewhere up south, but you're required to have it in your district. So are they having them in their district, is my question.
I think they were having them over there, but they just moved their town council meetings to the.
Town, but not.
Yeah, so I don't know if they're doing the SID meetings there as well. You know, I don't even know the last time they've had a meeting, 'cause I haven't seen any agenda. So,
Palm Beach Gardens has an annexation meeting tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Hit the ground running.
Can't wait.
Okay.
So anyway, thank you.
That passed, right?
Yes.
Yes.
4-0.
Yeah.
And through the chair, that was just a motion to add that to the agenda.
Yes.
That wasn't a motion appointing
That's correct.
people to cover these things.
Well, I
Well, the
think
motion
for-
included
Oh, you want to
the
include
volunteers for it.
The representative?
Okay.
And quite
Do that.
frankly, you're gonna be doing it here in a month or
Right.
whatever.
True.
Right.
In December.
So I'll add these to the list.
Yep.
All right.
Next.
We good? 7.8. Burgess?
Yes, I'll pass this off to Ken real quick, 7.8 and 7.9, just
All right.
in sake of quickness for the board.
Good evening, Board, staff. Tonight, we're seeking two motions. The first one's motion to waive formal competitive solicitation pursuant to District Purchasing Policy, Section 5.5.2, for projects over $35,000. And then the second motion would be to approve the quote from ILS Products for the purchase of LED lighting for Nicole Hornstein Equestrian Park. Do you guys have any specific questions? You want me to kind of go through it?
Through the chair.
Mhm.
So why are we, is this a situation where the competitive solicitation doesn't, like, it's a specialized product, or?
It's the same situation with Hartley Construction because of for the December 31st deadline. So this is the
Right.
only way we can get the product fast enough to get
Okay.
in there.
I say
All
it's
right.
coming from Oregon, isn't it? Is that
This one's
so?
coming from Washington, well, the guy I've been talking to is in Washington State,
Yeah,
but they can
saw
get it
that.
we need.
The shipping alone was like 15 grand.
All right, motion to waive formal competitive solicitation pursuant to District Purchasing Policy, Section 5.5.2.
Second.
Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
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 And then a motion to approve the quote from ILS Products for the purchase of LED lighting at Nicole Hornstein Equestrian Park.
Second.
Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Right.
Was
Next
that-
one.
Yeah. 7.9.
So the next one's basically the same thing. We'll need a motion to waive the formal competitive solicitation pursuant to District Purchasing Policy, Section 5.5.2, Okay, 5.16
5.16.
for projects over 35,000, and then a motion to approve for mobile panels and gates.
So I'll make the motion to waive the formal competitive solicitation pursuant to district purchasing policy, section 5.1.6.
I'll second.
Public comment? All in favor?
Aye. And then a motion to approve the quote from Noble Panels and Gates for the purchase of fence panels at Nicole Hornstein Equestrian Park.
Second.
Any public comment?
I'm sorry.
Nope, no,
All
it's
in
okay.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 4-0.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Kenny.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve 9, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13?
11. 11, 13.
Oh, 12 was the one we moved.
Yeah.
11. 11, 13, 14, 15, and 16.
So moved.
Second?
Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Hanson?
Yes, so just quickly, you already know what happened yesterday or last evening at the Palm Beach County Commission, so I don't need to get into a lot of detail about that tonight, but were denied, which was a little bit of a surprise, that went from a 5-2 support to 4-3 opposition. Nonetheless, it happened, so I think some of the things that we need to start looking at, and it's something that I believe Ms. Argue and Mr. Johnson have looked at in the past, but maybe not so much Ms. Acamunda or Ms. Farrell or even Mr. Giordano. But now that the county, one of their directives from Mayor Weiss, who's going out as mayor, but he was just selected to be the chairman of the Water Task Force, is they want to still work on water projects. And yesterday it was made pretty clear that key to that is this district and that M0 canal, the L canal, and I think we need to be ready to be on top of that and make sure it's to our advantage and we don't get in a position where we're in at the 9th inning and it falls through. So I think that's something that, clearly a couple of your colleagues here have been working on this and have been involved in the past, but it's something definitely need to speak with Mr. Foy about how some of these STAs work and other things, because I don't think we've really spent as much time with you. You probably have a general understanding of them and the cells 12 and 13, which were all discussed yesterday, but it may be worthwhile to get a little more acclimated and even trying to go out and see those and see how all that will connect. So, and then Heather Turnbull wants to have individual meetings with each of you, so we'll be scheduling those in the next over the next couple weeks, depending upon your schedules. Jim Barnes, village manager for Wellington, has confirmed for the December 6th meeting to come here to speak. Also, and I said this earlier, Nate Eckloff is going to be in town specifically to talk to the board, so about their experience with, what they did with Unit 20 and the R3, but they have experience putting together much bigger bond issues and combining them with federal monies as well for the 640, things like that. So he can talk a little bit with you. And then we still, and I apologize, this is not on Mr. Lawrence, it's more on me, but we've not brought that parks policy. We're hoping to bring it back. I've not had a chance to go through it. He's still been working on it, but we'll be bringing that back in December for your input and everything else. So, trying to think if there's anything else. Do you want to give an update on SRG?
Yeah, just briefly, we're working on clearing easements. Had another stakeout today.
Recording stopped.
Whoops. We just keep rolling on to that. We're making a lot of headway out there. It's good. We had a
Recording in progress.
Make up your mind. We had to go, they had to pull one of the culvert crew off to take care of an issue for culvert installation. They'll be back on Monday, so we'll be full strength again. It's going along pretty good. It's actually progressing better than I thought with a lot of the clearing. A lot of the residents out there, the Band-Aid's been ripped off, so now they're being more compliant with moving their fences and trees and cattle and whatnot, so. And then Monday, yesterday, we had the kickoff meeting with the contractor doing Nicole Homestead Park. There was a lot of back and forth on some of the issues, but in the end, they look pretty confident. They're out there. They're kicking it in gear pretty good. So I'm tracking on that as well.
And just one last thing, this is why I need sometimes to have others cover it, but at the Water Task Force, just in case Mr. Foy or Mr. Johnson forget as well, I don't want to, they brought up once again about septic to sewer conversion throughout the unincorporated areas of Palm Beach County. Right now, they're more focused on the eastern portion, not so much out here, but we should be prepared for that to be coming in the future. So sorry if you were going to bring that up under your comments, but if you want to add to it, 'cause you sit on that.
No, what was the gentleman that got up there at the end and talked about the mandatory hookups? Because they were saying, the cost to the residents, how much it can be and how they, so was that?
He was the gentleman from, he's a district engineer, I believe, for Jupiter, for one of the special districts in Jupiter, the Jupiter Inlet, and I'm sorry.
That was the Laxhatchee River
Yeah.
Environmental Control District. They do the wastewater in Jupiter.
Because it sounded like they took on they funded it, but let the residents pay it back over certain years.
They can bond it, yeah.
And they put it on a lien on your property and you pay it back, and if you're not careful, if you don't word it correctly, if you try to sell your house, whatever is left on that, unless it's worded properly, you as the owner have to pay that off in full, even if you don't have the equity in your house. So that's another thing about it. is There's two ways to do that.
It could be mandatory, forced on the resident.
Through the chair. Mary, I would like you to bring back at the December meeting a review of the utility agreement and an opinion about the county's ability to do that, because I have very particular recollections about what they can do, what assertions they made, and it was only on basically a health department issuance that our water wasn't any good. The county agreed that we would not be forced onto sewer unless it was a health department.
There was limitations.
Yes, so I would like the rest of this board to be aware of what's in that agreement, what assertions have been made, and maybe the county needs to be reminded about it, and any county commissioners who are trying to push it as well, because I think that that's a significant issue for our community.
And Indian Tail did maintain some control.
Yes.
Yeah, so just need to maybe not put it in the forefront, but definitely have it somewhere in everybody's heads at next couple years to start gaining steam. So, and then just quickly, Kenny, and real quickly, because we're on a good record here, can you just give a brief update for the Citrus Grove Halloween, what we've done, and then also prep for the Frontier Holiday Parade, or whatever we call it, please?
So, Citrus Grove, currently we have the same kind of setup as last year. We're good to go there. We'll have the hayride as originally planned. We should have a couple bounce houses. We'll have 3 food trucks. The ALA, or the Athletic League will be out there, and I believe they're bringing Christ Fellowship as well. And then as Barbecue Pines will also be out there with a costume contest out there for the dogs. So that's catching that up. Thursday we have a meeting to discuss the Frontier event. We've got Santa locked down. The harpist from last year, she'll be back. That's confirmed. And we're just locking down some of the last minute details for the singing and everything else. But we're planning on continuing it like we did last year, where it's going to be local people participating.
Through the chair. We had a free Santa, an excellent Santa, the past 2 years, and we didn't get him this year because someone reached out to staff and didn't get a response, and now they're completely booked up. So, I mean, I think we need to start planning a little bit sooner, and I don't know why that couldn't have been answered right away, because I think we already knew what the date was by that point. Because I had actually brought it up to Lou, because it's his friend, and I said, they've set the date, you need to contact Jim, and then I guess he reached out and didn't hear anything. So, you know, I'm just saying that it's like, would have been free, and it's been the best that we've gotten, or that we probably could ever get, so.
Through the chair. Doesn't Bob do it for
Okay. Did you see Santa?
I did not.
Yes,
but
yes, yes.
I heard he did it last year, so.
No, he doesn't, he did not do it last year for Indian Trail.
No, not for Indian Trail.
Ashley.
For Ashley.
Do you want to?
My son used to be so excited to see him.
No comparison.
I'm sure, but.
The date that we originally had, we were shooting for, was December 10th, and it didn't.
I'm sorry?
Originally, we were shooting for December 10th, and it wasn't fitting anybody's schedule really, so we had to move it to the 16th, unfortunately,
Who's scheduled?
for the Frontier event.
I know, but whose schedule were we trying to meet? Because nobody asked me that I was available or not available for any of the dates. I thought the board voted on the date and it was set.
No, we didn't. The date wasn't
Vendors.
discussed.
You mean the vendors?
No, the date for the event itself.
No, she's asking, who couldn't make the December 16th?
It's December 10th.
It was,
Or, yeah.
it was like between staff, we have staff that were out on vacation. We also had, Lou's said that he wasn't available for the 10th. I ended up responding that next day. When he asked about the 16th, he said he wasn't there either. But
Okay. Thank you.
So, but just quickly, point taken, we'll make sure this is done, but, you know, we'll start planning it a lot sooner.
Yeah, I think if we know the date, like, I think we set the date, we know for Halloween, but for the Christmas one, should be around the same date every year, and we know 6 months in advance, then when this comes up, that we secure the Santa, we know, yes, we want you. That's all I'm trying to say, because it's not like we didn't know we were doing this and the date was already set, so.
So we'll just shoot for
I might know
December
somebody.
7th or 14th of
I might know somebody
2024.
that can do it. And he won't.
No, seriously. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, December 7th or December 14th of 2024. Because anything after that, it's too close to
Yeah.
to Christmas.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Kenny, I know, if you haven't secured a Santa, I know somebody that used to do it, when we did the movie nights at Hamlin House, he would come and we would get Station 26 to bring him on the truck. I'll see if he's available to do it on that date. And he's not gonna charge us to do it, so.
Well, and I think Davis and his wife used to do Santa and Mrs. Claus, but they also like participating in the
Right.
Christmas parade too,
And
so.
he's doing the music,
The
right?
Clapp family
Yeah.
did offer Santa. There is a good Santa that we have that is currently booked, so we have that covered.
Oh, okay.
But, I mean, if we have somebody else, they want to charge $1,000 for it.
Oh, okay.
But we
Yeah.
have a free
Yeah,
one
then
if
I'll,
we go.
yeah, I'll definitely look into that. So
Yeah,
we could
'cause-
save $1,000, yeah.
But to kind of go off of the Nicole Hornstein, just a quick update there, we're currently 200,000 under budget for that project, and that's after this stuff. We still have probably about 75,000 more to invest between irrigation and some of the,
Does that include doing the canopies that are missing?
Yeah.
And also the one that was removed, the whole structure?
yeah, we should be about 100,000 to the good by the time we're done with this.
Okay, so I'd like to put this on everybody's radar, because the one thing that we did not get in that grant project was a birdhouse. And that's the one thing that I heard over and over and over again this weekend. I don't know if you guys know what a birdhouse is, but it's like at the side of
For
the
the judging
arena.
tower?
For the judges' tower, yeah, so they can see.
Where would you like that?
Burgess has a great idea about having a mobile one.
Yeah. Yeah,
We
just
could,
on
I
the
mean-
back of the it's on the back of the trailer, so that way we can use it at any of the arenas, or we can move it to the ACP for whatever field events that they're having, soccer, football, what have you.
Then you can like have like a table and chairs and, speaker system and that kind of stuff all set up in there, and it's just mobile.
Yeah, yeah. So, because if it's stationary, you can't.
I know
I
we
like
talked about that a couple
multifunctional.
years ago.
Yeah. Well, just so you guys all know, it's a bone of contention with people who have been around for a while. Mary will remember this, but the district actually spent $1,500, which was a lot more money back then. Probably in 2014, and they bought the lumber to build a birdhouse, and it sat and rotted.
Well, that makes it worse.
Yeah,
That's what my chicken coop's doing right now.
because the staff didn't do it.
Yeah, 3
So-
walls done.
Anyway, I just, so that's been kind of promised to the people for a long time. And when they were asking about the project this weekend at the event, they all kept saying, are we gonna finally get our birdhouse? And, yeah.
That's all I have. Hopefully.
I'll make a motion to receive and file the reports.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Lost my good.
Hey.
All right,
Do you have
supervisor
anything
business.
else to tell us?
I'll make one comment, and I think Scarlett will love it. It is amazing how many requests and additional information that these grant people want. Just to let you know, it's, because of the GL thing, I probably have 20 emails sitting in my inbox on the East-West Canal.
Well,
Yep. And this is a particular grant that we turned in deliverables just about a year ago. And they're still asking questions, so we haven't been able to get any money refunded for the phase 1 part yet. And now they're asking environmental questions, and we even have to get the DEP involved because they're questioning one of our permits. So it's a little crazy, a lot crazy.
That's it for me.
Tidbit of joy that was. Staff, here, you guys, no? Supervisors?
I'd just like to say thank you guys for coming out on Saturday. We got the pictures taken in front of the sign for the Adopt a Road. So we kind of kicked it off, so to speak, the pilot program. I know staff is going to have, hopefully, after the first of the year, an application for residents to sign up for it. So I think it's something good for the community, and I'm looking forward to getting that project going and cleaning up our community. I think it's awesome.
Through the chair, just to add, we already had one call actually of people interested
Was,
to
it was
do it.
for Antoinette? That's okay. Because I know they're dying for it. They keep asking me, I'm like, patience, we gotta get through the pilot. So, but yeah, people are wanting to do it, so. And I would still like to, give a sign to that company that's been doing it for a long time on 180th. I mean, they pick up like.
That's a company? I thought it was a
ton.
family.
It is a family, but they have a business, so I guess that's how they, they get people together. So I think it would be nice, just even if we only give it to
There's
them
actually a
for-
guy who's done it on North Lake, which is the
Yeah,
county
yeah,
forever.
right.
Nick.
Yeah, so I'd like to recognize the people that have been doing it, even if we limit, the time of the sign or whatever, but just to give them, show them our appreciation, that's all. And that's it.
I don't have anything.
I've said it all I need to say.
The only thing I have to say, I just looked up Sid's schedule, and my schedule probably will not work, especially if, it looks like they want an in-person. It starts at 4 PM on the first Monday of the month. I don't see phone or Zoom information, so I might need somebody else to maybe jump on that one.
We can see if maybe
Yeah,
Keith would be
see if
interested.
Keith could do it, because
It's
that one
perfect
might
for
be.
Keith.
Yeah,
I'll check
that
with
one might
Keith.
be a little difficult for me to handle.
Yeah.
So.
All right, and if Keith can't do it, I'll make the time to do it. It's-
Yeah.
It's literally
Short end of the
5
stick.
minutes away.
Short straw.
Send a court reporter.
There you go. Okay, We'll send Steve, they'll
He's
shake him
going
up.
there.
Yeah.
That's all I gotta say. Thanks, everybody. I think it was a great meeting. I think we worked well together.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Meeting adjourned.
Good night, Gracie.
Good night.